Welcome to PHPverse 2026. It's the second edition, and we're celebrating not only PHP's birthday, but the awesome community that is PHP. I'm here with Nuno.
What's up, everyone? Super happy to be here. Welcome to PHPverse 2026, and I'm super excited to be here with my very good friend Brent at JetBrains office. We are all here to celebrate PHP and how awesome PHP is. We have a great lineup ahead of us, great speakers, great talks, and PHP have evolved quite a lot, don't you think?
You know, I tell people all the time that the language that PHP was 15 years ago, you wouldn't recognize it anymore
Not
today.
the same.
And that is such a great thing, and that's what we want to highlight with this online conference, free for everyone as well, streamed on YouTube. We want to show like this is an amazing language, an amazing community, an amazing ecosystem, and it's worth celebrating. And that's what we're doing today.
100%. We are going to have talks about all of the frameworks, Symfony, Laravel, WordPress, Drupal. It will be fantastic, and all of you can be part of today's event. There is two things you guys can do. Number one, you can join this YouTube chat right here, which you can interact with the audience, with us as well. I'm going to pay attention all day. Number two, you can join this beautiful Discord link down below. Now, on this Discord channel, there is a couple of things you guys can do. You can join the mingle room if you want to interact with other attendees, but more importantly, you can join the Q&A 2026 to interact with the speakers, to make questions to the speakers. And funny, the best questions are going to be eligible to win this beautiful Lego elephant right here. Now, if you love Lego elephants, if you love PHP elephants, there's also things you can do to win them. During the entire conference, we are going to have elephants passing randomly on screen, and if you screenshot them, you can post them on the elephant's room to be eligible to win more Lego elephants. Now, finally, we love social media. We want PHP to get viral, so if you post stuff about PHPverse during the entire day, the best posts will be selected to equally receive a Lego elephant. Now, don't forget, it's super important that we get people know about PHP, so make sure you click on the like below of this live stream. And yeah, I cannot wait for this. And Brent, you have a big surprise for us today, don't you?
Yes, so apart from all the great speakers, the elephants running around, the Lego elephants, we have something pretty nice prepared today.
Oh boy.
I'm not going to spoil anything. You'll have to stick around during the day and you'll have to find out with us. I can tell you that it's probably one of the biggest things to happen to PHP in the past decade or so. I'm super excited about it.
I have seen it, and you guys are not ready for it. I'm gonna just tell you that.
It is great. It is great. Later today. First, we're going to start with the main thing why you're here, and that is one of our amazing speakers. Our first one is Fabien from Symfony. Many of us know him. Fabien, you are, well, Symfony is kind of one of the biggest ecosystems within PHP. So much is built on top of Symfony. And I asked you the question, how do you manage all of that? Like millions and millions of package downloads, huge ecosystem. And yeah, we wanted to hear you share your experience with us about that today. Fabien, great to see you here. You're calling in from remote. You couldn't make it here to Amsterdam, but that's totally fine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, great.
You're feeling fantastic.
Yeah, we're so excited. Also to learn about what you have to say about Symfony. So actually, without further ado, Fabien, the stage is yours, and we are here. We're listening. We're listening very closely and hitting the microphone, but yeah.
Thank you all. Super excited to be with you today. As you said, Symfony is a huge ecosystem. And sometimes it's kind of a bit scary. And I'm not thinking too much about it because it's kind of overwhelming. So maybe I'm going to start with a few numbers about Symfony and the Symfony ecosystem and the Symfony. It's kind of a vanity metric, of course, because CI, CDs, etc. So it doesn't represent something that is really useful, but still it says something. More interesting is the number of downloads per day. We went from 28 to 31. That's a huge increase. I'm not sure if this is just temporary, just because we've done a bunch of security releases lately. So people have been upgrading all their packages and projects to the latest versions of Symfony. Maybe that's that. We will see in a month from now. But this is super exciting. And of course, at the same time, super scary, because whenever I'm doing a release, I need to make sure that it's not going to break anything in the PHP ecosystem. So I would say that nowadays, Symfony is kind of the de facto PHP standard library, just because it is used by many projects out there, but maybe more importantly, it's also used by many popular open source projects. So this is just a small subset of the projects using Symfony, but you can see that some of them are just using a few components, a few packages coming from Symfony, and some other ones are using the full stack framework. So you can see that Drupal, Joomla, are using the full stack framework. When it comes to Magento or Laravel, they are just using a few of the components, but they're all using some part of what we are providing from the Symfony project. And this is really the two sides of Symfony. This is really a project with two different kind of directions. The first one is providing a set of decoupled components that you can use whenever you need them. They are kind of the foundation of the Symfony project. So if you need an HTTP client, you can get one from Symfony. If you want a way to send email, we have another component for that, etc. So we have many components that you can use kind of standalone, or you can embrace the full Symfony project and use it as a full stack framework. Nowadays, you can use it as a full stack framework for web applications, APIs, or for the console. If you are doing things on a terminal, we have a console component. And brand new in Symfony 8.1, we also have a TUI, terminal UI component that is just brand new, that I've created just because I wanted to create my agents in PHP. So I needed something that was pretty solid, and that's where I've started to work on a new component for Symfony. Anyway, one of the big decisions that I've made many years ago for Symfony 2, I think, it was the case for Symfony 1, but Symfony 1 was kind of managed by Subversions. It was a different world. But from day one in Symfony 2, I decided to use a mono repository for Symfony. And I think it has been one of the most interesting and important decisions I've ever made for Symfony, because it means that we can scale way better, and we can automate a lot of things, and it makes it much easier to manage a project, having everything in just one big repository. So if you want to have a look at Symfony, you can just have a look at the GitHub Symfony/Symfony repository, and everything is in there. All the components, most of the bundles, etc. Which means that this is kind of the write-only repositories, because you don't install the Symfony/Symfony package. It would not make sense, because you would get everything from Symfony. It's not the way it works nowadays. You are installing what we are calling the sub-tree splits, so that they are kind of the read-only packages that you can install depending on your needs. So I'm talking about the one mono repository for Symfony. Actually, we have 6 of them, just because we've been investing in more than just PHP. So we have Symfony UX nowadays, which is another mono repository, but also because different life cycles. So for instance, we have a Symfony AI mono repository as well. It would not make sense to have everything related to AI in the main Symfony repository because we are doing more releases, because it's brand new, and we need a bit more flexibility. Available on packages. So that there is, some magic happening there, and I'm going to talk a bit more about it. Just to give you some more numbers, and then we are going to talk about something else. During the last year, we have made or created about 5,000 different tags. And you can imagine that doing that by hand is almost impossible because I'm still the one doing all those releases. And we have added about 100 new repositories. Most of them are AI related because we've started to work on Symfony AI maybe a year and a half ago, and we made it public, I think, a year ago, actually. As you can imagine, doing that all by hand is kind of tedious and error prone. So I have automated most of those tasks nowadays. So why Symfony is and has been a success for so long? I've been to think about it a bit more, and I think it comes down to a few things. So the first one is stability in the leadership. So I've been working on Symfony and for Symfony for the last 20 plus years. Studied the first prototype in 2004, released as an open source project in 2005. So it's 20 plus years now. It's not just about me, it's about the core team. So we have one of the largest core team talking about the vision, it's also about being opinionated. Not necessarily when we were talking about Symfony 1, but Symfony 2 is way more opinionated. And when we're talking about Symfony 2, it's really Symfony 2 and all the newest versions, up to Symfony 8 nowadays. We are trying to have kind of a consistent code base. We're trying to rely on open standards. Like, early on, it was all about HTTP, but we have more nowadays. Making sure that the components are working well together so that we can assemble them. And one of the critical decisions that I've made, apart from the mono repositories, was the fact that I've adopted dependency injection 20 years ago. It was brand new in the PHP world, and it was brand new, I think, with many scripting languages, more or less. And I think it has been key to the success of Symfony because it means that we can have decoupled components, and you can bring some of your own dependencies directly into the project. So super interesting. The success of Symfony is also about predictability. It's about stability of the code base. So stability in the sense that we have strict semantic versioning policies where we need to make sure that when you upgrade from one patch version or one minor version to the next, nothing is going to break in your code. If something breaks, this is a bug. It can happen, of course, but this is a bug, and we need to fix it maybe. But more importantly, we want to make sure that you can upgrade from one major version to the next major version as easily as possible. So we have a deprecation policy, which means that when we deprecate things, you are going to have logs of what is not available anymore, and or what is not going to be available anymore in the next version still works. And we are trying to always have an upgrade path from one version to the next. So if your code is working with the latest version of a major version, so 6.4, 7.4, it's always .4. If it works without any deprecation notices, you can upgrade to 0, n+1.0, so 7.0, 8.0 easily, and it's going to work. Again, if it doesn't work, there's a bug somewhere that needs to be fixed. So this is the first thing, super important. The second one is predictability. So we are releasing 2 minor versions every year, end of May, end of November, and we've been doing that for many, many years now. And we also have 1 long-term support release every 2 years. And of course, every single month, we have patch releases. Something that is super interesting as well in the Symfony project is the fact that we don't have a roadmap. And we don't need to have a roadmap for a couple of reasons. The first one is if something is not ready for one version, you need to wait at most 6 months. So it's not the end of the world. The second reason is all the contributions in Symfony, they come from a need from someone working on a real world project. So it's not something that you can plan for. It's really, oh, I have this need. I need to create something. I've experimented it in a project. It does work. It adds value to the framework. I'm going to contribute it back. The last one, and this is more or less something that is kind of a standard nowadays, responsible security disclosure. We are going to talk about it in a couple of minutes because this is changing with AI. Managing Symfony at scales means that we need to automate as much as possible. So, and I have invested a lot of time in automating everything and having a strong tooling. I think I've started kind of right at the beginning of Symfony 1 and Symfony 2 as well. And this is kind of a continuous improvement cycle where we are improving. Mostly every single version is a good way to find things that are not optimal and trying to optimize them. Of course, in the early days, things were mostly human-led. It was kind of a manual process, error-prone. At some point, I was like, okay, I need to document how I'm doing things. That's where I've kind of wrote a bunch of run books. It was, less error-prone. It's still very flexible because whenever I had a problem, I was the one trying to think about how can I solve the problem and unblock the situations. So the early days, when I'm talking about the early days, it's really from 2005 to a year ago or maybe a couple of years ago. So it was a mix of dedicated tools, a mix of scripts and me doing the things. Nowadays, the last 2 years, everything has been very different. I'm automating even more, still using dedicated tools, still using scripts, but nowadays it's mostly driven by me and LLMs. So it's me being in the loop and LLMs doing the work. It works super well because an LLM is super flexible. So if we have a problem that is kind of new, the LLM can reason about the problem, give me solutions, help me figuring out the problem, and we can then improve the tools, improve the scripts, or improve the skills. But at the end of the day, this is me as a human controlling everything still. Okay, so let's talk about the mono repository a bit more. So as I said before, we have a bunch of mono repositories. Oh, by the way, you can have a look at them here. And Twig is also another one. It is a small one, but still super interesting. So each monorepository has a split.sh.json configuration file at the root of the repository. So this is the configuration for Twig here. Pretty simple one. We have more complex ones for Symfony, where we have bridges and things like that. But here, this is super simple. We have a name and we have a directory. So basically, a subtree split is really about extracting a directory from the monorepository to its own repository, more or less. Then we have some defaults, and tagging is something I'm going to talk about a bit later in the presentation. So the first use case for the monorepository is merging a pull request. So all the pull requests are actually submitted on the monorepository, merge them, and then we need to do something about it. So here you can see that I'm using a GHSF binary. So this is the tool that we are using for merging merging pull requests. And this is interesting because we have some automation there. So of course we are checking the CI here, and then we have a question about squashing the commits. So sometimes we are just squashing the commits because they are not interesting enough to keep. Then we have a category. The category is handling so many features. So the category is the kind of pull request that we have. So it can be a feature, it can be a bug, it can be about data like translations, it can be a minor thing, we don't care about it, a typo somewhere in a command, or security related. Nowadays we have one more, which is coding standards. And you will see that in the process, it's super important. Then we are sending a message to the contributor, and maybe we are opening a documentation issue if this is a new feature, and if the contributor has not created one. So this is the merge commit that you can see here. So as you can see, we have the category, we have the pull request number, and then we have all the information about the pull request. And this is the commit message that is going to be super important for all the automations that we have, from changelogs to blog posts. So when you merge a pull request, split SH is going to get a webhook from GitHub, and it's going to do some magic. So here you can see on the screen that I have some directories, and the directories are the ones that were changed by the pull request. So we've figured out that this is the JSON streamer package. So we are going to split it. You can see that we created just one commit, then we split, and then we push to the. So that's how we can synchronize the monorepository with the read-only one. So this is happening in real time. 2 seconds between merging a pull request and having the commit in the read-only repository. When we want to create a new release, and that's the old way of doing things, I'm going to talk about a new way in a minute. You just create, but semantically, you just create a tag in the monorepository. So this one is for Twig, maybe. Oh no, this is polyfill. And you push the tag. That's all. That's all you're doing manually. Everything else is kind of automated by split.sh. And this is the exact same story as a merge request. This is just splitting a reference, a Git reference. The difference is that here, it figures out that we are talking about a tag. So the way it's going to behave is going to be a bit different. So this is how it works. So here you can see that we don't have any subtrees, we don't have any directories, we don't have anything. So here what we're doing is saying, oh, okay, this is a tag, I need to split everything. So that's why I've taken the example of polyfills, because we have less packages here. For Symfony, it's way more. So we are not creating any new commits because, of course, we are tagging something that does exist. We are splitting and we are pushing everything, and we are creating the tag automatically. Something that is super interesting here is even if someone is merging a pull request in between, it's not going to be a problem because we are making sure that we are tagging the exact commit that comes from the monorepository commit. So we have the guarantee that we are tagging the exact same commit from the monorepository to the subtree splits. So we are maintaining a database and an association between all the commits everywhere. Coming back to the automation and the categories here. So SplitSH is also creating the chance logs for GitHub for the main mono repository. So if you want to have a look at everything that happened in one version, you can get them from the mono repository. Or if you are more interested in one specific read-only repository, that's also possible. And then you have a link to have a look at all the changes that happened there. The very first thing, I think this is the very first one, where I was like, oh, I need an LLM to help me, is creating blog posts. Not for Symfony, because there is another process for that. Here, this is one for Twig. So I have a skill, and the skill is having a look at everything that happened in the new version versus the old one. Again, the fact that we have categories for the pull request helped tremendously, and it helps the LLM figure out what is important, what is not important. Sometimes, and this is polyfill again, sometimes the LLM is not able to figure out what is important or not. So I have gates. So human in the loop saying, okay, whenever you figure out the plan, just give me the plan, I'm going to validate the plan. And here I'm saying, oh, this one is not super important, you don't need to talk about it. Everything else looks good. And then it's going to generate the blog post. Generate the blog post, pushing it to the Symfony blog, not published by default. Then I can have a look, have some kind of back and forth with the LLM, tweaking things, and then at some point publishing it live. So this is something I've been doing for the last maybe few months. It works super well, and things that were kind of done for Symfony were not done for Polyfills or Twig or Symfony AI or Symfony UX. Now, way easier, and I think it brings a lot of value to the users. So this is kind of the two skills that I have that are kind of not that long if you have a look, and resilient in the sense that this is really coding via English text, which means that it's way more flexible than just a script that is trying to do something that is very deterministic. So the fact that AI is not deterministic is super useful here. It's also about continuous improvement. And I think I'm doing changes every single day in those skills. I have many more. And whenever I find something that, kind of went wrong or could be better or we could do faster or whatever, I'm asking my LLM to actually improve the skill. And this is, just one example. Okay. Now, so this was kind of the old way, talking more about the tools and SplitSH and how it works behind the scenes. Now, when I'm releasing Symfony, it is way more different from the old way. So nowadays, I'm just running my agent. By the way, this is a PHP agent. It's not Cloud, it's not Codex, it's not anything. It's really me doing the work with my own agent, which is super interesting. Everything is in PHP. So the prompt, as you see, is just release Symfony. That's all. Then I have a skill. It figures out that, I want to do something related to the Symfony release, ask me a bunch of questions. Is it a patch release? Is it a security one? Is it a minor one, a major one, etc.? I'm wondering if I could automate that part as well. Actually, this is interesting. I think it could figure it out. Then, and the same goes for the second question, actually. Is it the last version of a branch or something like that? It asks me a bunch of questions. Then it's like, okay, I'm going to release 6.4.7.4.8.0. And I'm like, no. I'm just going to do 7.4. And then this is really a conversation back and forth between me and the agent, making sure that we can go to the release, which is way more complicated than the polyfill ones. Human in the loop confirmation rules. So this is a sentence I have in all my skills, and maybe at some point I'm going to remove that. But for now, there is always wait for confirmation, where the LLM is like, okay, this is the plan. Do you validate the plan? Can I go ahead? Always. because if not, this is too scary still. So the second thing is we are maintaining a lot of different branches in parallel. As of today, we are maintaining 6.4, 7.4, 8.0, 8.1, 8.2, which is the development version, and 5.4 for security. So we're talking about 6 different branches. And we have a policy in Symfony where we say that whenever there is a bug, it should be fixed in the older, still maintained version. So nowadays, if there is a bug that affects 6.4, it should be fixed in 6.4, which means that then we need to propagate the bug fix everywhere. So we need to merge up all the branches. I can tell you that in the old days, it took the core team a lot of time. Not sure exactly how much time, but I think maybe 25-30% of our time was just about merging branches up. Because as you can imagine, between something that we released 2, 3, 4 years ago and the code base nowadays, many potential differences. Super difficult for human, super boring, not super interesting. And LLM is super good at understanding the previous state of things, the new state of things, and how to resolve conflicts, right? It's super fast. And in any case, we have tests as guardrails. So we are confident that, the LLM can do the right thing. But again, we still have to wait for confirmation gate, super important as well. So it makes things much faster, and it means that we can have more time for more interesting things like fixing bugs and adding new features. We are using Terraform in an interesting way because we are not managing servers or anything. This is all about making sure that GitHub is consistent across the board. We have so many repositories there that we are extracting. The source of truth is always the mono repository. So we are extracting information from there for the description, tags, etc. And we are propagating them directly into the GitHub repositories. And everything is centralized via teams, which means that depending on the repositories, we have different teams able to do different things. So everything is managed by Terraform nowadays. Super helpful, because in the old days, I was the one creating all the new repositories by hand. It was super time consuming, error prone as well. And as you can imagine, in the last year, creating 80 new repositories just for Symfony AI would have been a lot of work. So super happy that we have that automation now. So as a summary at this point, so SplitSH is more than just splitting the mono repository into many different read-only repositories. It's also about tag propagation, GitHub release handling, Terraform, packages synchronization, making sure that everything is synchronized, because we are doing many releases, which means that sometimes packages is not synced properly. So we need to double check that. And the blog post that I've just talked about is going to be part of that server as well, or service as well at some point. This is years of optimizations, I can tell you. Just because 10 years ago, we had maybe 50 or 60 different repositories to manage. And nowadays we have 300 plus, and we are adding more by the day. And it's also about the number of commits. We have way more commits that we used to have. So we need to scale that. And I can tell you that I've spent hours and days and months trying to optimize the splitter. It is probably 4 times faster, or maybe 10 times faster. I think it's something like 10 times faster than it used to be 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Packages also help us a lot with the transition to having many releases with Composer version 2 for many different reasons I'm not going to talk about today. And one thing that we've done to make sure that we are not polluting packages and GitHub with too many tags and releases, we are making sure that we are not doing patch releases when there are no changes in a package, and we are doing kind of an experiment trying to do the same thing with minor version as well, but I think it doesn't work well. So maybe we are going to come back to only patch releases. We have also invested a lot of time in the GitHub CI because having a fast CI is super important for LLMs and humans as well. I'm not going to talk about it because we've done, it could be a talk by itself on all the things we are doing to make sure that we are super fast, but at the same time, we have a huge matrix of things that we want to run, many different PHP version, low depths, high depths, Windows, Linux. I mean, it's kind of overwhelming. Okay, last part of this talk is about AI and what does it mean for Symfony to be in an AI world, and what are the kind of changes that we are making behind the scenes. I'm not going to talk about Symfony AI because this is it would be a different keynote, of course. I'm talking about how we can leverage AI to kind of scale our operations and how we can automate more or automate better. The first thing is contributions, and this is an interesting one. Nowadays, I would say that a good ticket is a good prompt. So if you create a ticket because you have an issue, if the ticket is detailed enough, it's good enough. We don't need a pull request anymore. I prefer to have a good ticket with all the explanation, something that I can reproduce, or the LLM can reproduce actually. And it's all I need to make sure that my agent can actually do the work for me. And whenever there is a conversation in the ticket, it's even better because it helps with having more context, and maybe there is some implementation ease or things we should do, or context about old ways of doing things, or maybe something that is related to the ticket at hand, etc. It makes things way easier for the agent to actually have a good first shot at fixing the problem. It has consequences for me as well, and probably for many of you here in the room. Tackling the backlog. For some project, I have a huge backlog, and with tickets that have been created many years ago, and whenever I'm looking at them, I'm like, this is a big one. It's going to take time. I need 3, 4, 5 hours in a row to make sure that I can be focused on the problem, understanding all the pros and cons, all the consequences, etc. And sometimes you're like, okay, this is not for today. It's going to be for next week, next month, next year. And all of a sudden you have bugs that have been sitting in the queue for more than 5 years. This is bad, but this is also how it works in the open source world. Is someone is motivated enough, it can actually try to find time to fix it. It's also for pull requests. Sometimes you get a pull request with, changes that are impacting things tremendously, and you need a lot of time to actually work on it. Nowadays, with an LLM, I get the motivation to work on them because I know that I'm going to have a partner, and I'm going to kind of have a conversation and back and forth. So the LLM can investigate all the pros, the cons, the consequences, the problems, asking questions. It can generate the first version of the code. And then as a human, I have all the knowledge about the product and all the, the overall strategy and the vision and etc. And I can steer the agent in the right direction, and can validate things. I can answer questions, and it still takes a lot of time, of course. It's not like it's instant. But at least I'm not alone, and I can delegate the tasks that are, not super valuable for me, or things that I don't want to do anymore. So, and I've done it during the last 3 weeks, maybe on Twig, for instance. I've been submitting many pull requests to fix bugs and adding new features that are kind of interesting, but never found the time before. Again, it's all about automation. Maybe there is a theme here. I want to automate many things. So I have many different skills. I'm adding more about removing deprecations. Whenever we are working on a new major version, we need to remove all the old deprecations. This is super time consuming. Using an LLM is, again, super important. And I have a funny one, the last one right like Fabien. This is a brand new one. I've been working on it for the last 2 weeks and making sure that when I publish a blog post, the tone of voice is kind of similar to mine. Super easy for me because I wrote books and blog posts and everything and documentation. So there is a lot of things out there that have been written by me, and the skill is kind of funny to read. Anyway, security, this is the last one. I'm going to be super quick here. We went from 1 report a month maximum to 1 a day minimum. I think during the last month, we have made a few releases fixing more than 50 different CVEs. As many people are reporting the same bug over and over again because the LLMs are the same for everyone, we need to automate that as well. We need to make sure that we can be quick at releasing things, because if an LLM finds something today, this is 0 days, right? So we need to fix it ASAP, and we need to make sure that we can protect our customers, which means that we are stopping the coordination with some of the downstream projects we were kind of coordinating, and it means maybe a couple of months between someone reporting something and having the fix. This is not the problem anymore. We have more frequent releases because we need to do those releases. Again, more skills here. The question is it the new normal? Is it the new normal? Is it going to be just, Canada settled? So we fixed most of them and it's going to stop? That I don't know. We'll see maybe in 6 months. Again, we are still investing a lot in Symfony. I think it's still strong because of everything that is happening behind the scenes. And hopefully you've learned a couple of things about Symfony nowadays. Thank you very much.
Wow, Fabien, thank you. That was really impressive. We have a small audience here with us. They already wanted to applaud. We told them
we can still do it. Yeah.
And people can leave a clap emoji in chat as well.
Everyone.
Thank you for your really, really impressive what it takes to manage Symfony and the whole ecosystem at that scale. We've selected a couple of questions from you from Discord. Now, if you have the time today, Fabien, to go to Discord yourself, because there are a bunch more, we cannot do all of them ourselves here live on stream. If you have the time, I think people would really appreciate it if you went there. So first question here from Andrew. Over the years, he asks, what has been the biggest challenge in steering Symfony when it comes to balancing innovation, like new features, modern stuff, compared to maintaining backward compatibility across major versions? It's something that really interests me as well, so that's why I picked this question. I'm really interested to hear your thoughts about it, Fabien.
Yeah, this is a super interesting question because, as you said, there is a tension here. We have 24 hours a day, and we have something else. We have a job, so this is more or less during the weekends and at night. But we want to make sure that Symfony can stay relevant as well. So we want to adopt new PHP features. We want to make sure that we can innovate. This is the case with Symfony AI. This is the case with Symfony UX that we studied a few years ago. This is super difficult, and that's also why I want us to make sure that we can automate the boring stuff, so the maintenance stuff, and so that we can be more focused on innovation. Something I want to mention here as well is sometimes this is difficult to adopt a new PHP feature because it's super difficult, or a new library or anything, because we don't have a clear upgrade path without breaking backward compatibility. And I think a couple of times we actually ask PHP to do things a bit differently so that we can actually have this upgrade path, because this is the thing that is non-negotiable for Symfony. If there is not an easy upgrade path from one version to the next, we are not going to break backward compatibility. And people are kind of shocked when we are pushing back on something because of that, but I think it's also key to our success. So again, as any open source maintainer, we like to innovate. We like to work on new features. We don't like to spend time doing boring stuff. So automation is key here.
Was clear. Thank you so much for your answer on that one. A quick question about the hot topic of the moment, which is security. You briefly talked a little bit about the challenges with AI and security, and recently we have seen a couple of Symfony releases that target security fixes. I wanted to ask you if you can talk a little bit about that, but also if this is somehow related with Cloud Mythos.
It is definitely not only Mythos actually provided us a list of security issues a couple of months ago, maybe, and it was super useful. But then I can tell you that with a good prompt, Opus can also find most of them. So maybe this is a bit more involving. Maybe you need to spend more time. It's again, I'm not sure if this is something that is going to happen every single month, every single day, or if it's going to be less intense. One thing I can say is that nowadays, so we've just released Symfony 8.1, and we spent a lot of time running agents, making sure that we don't have obvious security issues there, because that's better to have a clean release instead of having something with security issues. So I can tell you that we spent a lot of time during the last 2 months trying to manage the surge of security reports coming from a lot of people. So it's not just about Mythos. It's also about a lot of people trying to help us, trying to find problems and reporting them to the security@symfony.com email so that we can fix them ASAP. So I want to thank everybody sending us those emails, even if we have a lot of them. I think the complexity now is also about doing the triage between things that have been reported already, that we have already a fix for, and things that we are not going to fix because they are not security issues. And we have many of them as well, which makes things a bit more complicated.
Okay, that was super clear. And Fabien, we want to say thanks to you for coming today, but also thanks for everything you do for the PHP ecosystem. Everyone in the chat, let's give a huge clap to Fabien, everyone in the audience as well. Thank you so much, Fabien, for coming today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, so Nuno, deployment to production never goes without any problems.
That's right.
But we fixed it.
Yes.
The sound should be good, and yeah, thank you for staying with us with all the hiccups. About staying with us, I just want to mention real quickly, we did PHPverse last year as well. At its peak, we had 2.3K viewers back then. We are now at 2.6.
Let's go!
This is really amazing to see. I'm so glad that all of you are here, and there's so much more to come. I want to ask you something. If you're watching and if you have 1 minute to spare, I'm again touching the microphone, I'm sorry for that. If you have 1 minute to spare, this is the time to go to social media. Just take that YouTube link, paste it there, and say something like join #PHPverse, let people know about it. It would be so cool if we reach 3,000. Actually, I said up front, I want to see double the number. So actually, I'm aiming for 5, but other people told me that's not realistic. I'm not sure. I want to prove them wrong, but we need your help. So if you want to do that, just 1 minute. We're going to introduce the next speaker anyway, so you have a little bit of time for that.
With your help, with the help of everyone, we are going to show the world how awesome PHP is in 2026. 2,500 concurrent viewers on our YouTube channel, which is fantastic. I want to appreciate all of the chat interactions. Our Discord is on fire at the minute. That was such a great start.
Yeah.
Talking about Symfony, which is the backbone of many of the PHP development. Composer Laravel uses Symfony components. We love Symfony here. Everyone loves Symfony. And now it's time for a little bit about Laravel. What do you think? It's a good idea, right?
Yeah,
and for that, I'm going to introduce here my very good friend, Ashley Hindle, founder and CEO of Fuel. So Ashley, please welcome on stage. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And Ashley, you have been super into AI and Laravel development, helping a huge number of developers across the world. And I want to give you this opportunity to be on stage and show how awesome you are.
Thank you. I'll do my best, at least. My talk is My AI Writes Perfect *PHP. Howdy, everyone. I am Ashley. I used to do really cool AI things at Laravel, like working on Laravel Boost, and now I'm the founder of a startup called Fuel. And I've been writing PHP for over 20 years. I'm an old man. I think 21 years I've been writing PHP. I've spent more than 500 billion tokens on AI things through all the different providers and models. And AI agents today write the vast majority of my code. I'm going to say 99%, but don't tell too many people that because some people get upset. But I've learned a lot doing that, right? And I just want to share what I've learned as I've spent those billions and billions of tokens. And the first thing that I've learned is that AI is capable of writing perfect PHP code reliably. And this wasn't always true. It was debatable for most of last year, actually. Up until November or so, it was arguable whether you could get production-ready code from AI reliably. But 2025 was a threshold year with an inflection point. And the models and the harnesses crossed from mostly works if you watch them constantly to almost all of the time does what you told it to do. And it wasn't a big step change that caused that. It wasn't that they got 10 times more powerful. It's just that they got incrementally better in the exact right way to tip them across an invisible capability line. So, quick recap of some things that happened in 2025 over the last 18 months or so. The most pertinent of which, Claude Code was released as a research preview in February, and it was only made generally available in May. So it's barely a year old, yet taken over the entire world. In August, Linear allowed you to assign issues to agents, which is still ludicrous that you can assign issues to agents, but pretty cool. And then the inflection point happened in November when both Opus 4.5 and GPT 5.1 were released. And this is where the models crossed that capability threshold from impressive but needy to genuinely useful. And then everybody goes on a break for their holidays. And in that break, where you see Santa, everybody's experimenting with these new models and harnesses. And thanks to that experimentation and the inflection, there was a hype and tool explosion. OpenClaw's first commit was November, just after those models came out. Gastown was released in December, if you remember that. And Ralph Wiggum loops showed up early January and still won't go away. And people came back to work in January with a tidal wave of new thinking, lots and lots of opinions, and some fancy new workflows. And that inflection point, the new models, the new approaches, all led to AI being more reliable and more consistent. But of course, it didn't make AI coding perfect. Agents are only capable of writing high-quality production-ready code, but they do need to be set up for success. Agents without us, without our assistance, aren't able to create production-ready code reliably. So there's a whole new job to do of getting your systems agent ready so that you can get the most out of them. Because there's a gap between what agents are capable of producing and what you are actually getting. So our job more and more is to close that gap between reality and possibility by making our systems ready for these agents. So to get perfect asterisk PHP code, you have to be agent ready. Your agents need an isolated, safe place, optimized for them to do their work, verify their work, test their work. And optimizing for agents is very different to what we're used to, right? We're used to humans, but agents don't get frustrated by CI checks failing constantly. Agents don't feel infuriated by 18 nitpick review comments like I do. Agents don't mind writing PHP doc blocks on every function, right? So that allows us to have systems and processes that we wouldn't be able to have otherwise. And getting your systems and code bases ready for agents will look very different depending on 20,000 different variables. But generally, from what I've experienced, agent readiness falls into a few pillars, with those pillars supported by a super stable foundation. And this is how I look at it, at least, and how I try to communicate about it. To get great output from agents, you need to start with a reproducible, parallelizable development environment. super great tongue twister and necessary for agent readiness. Then your agents need automated, fast feedback loops, clear, up-to-date guidance and documentation, and access to useful tools and data. But without that foundation, everything kind of falls over. So the foundation of agent readiness is a bit of a mouthful: reproducible, parallelizable dev environments. Easy. So reproducible just means you have a way to create development environments automatically that are identical and have everything that the system and the agent need to do what they need to do. For many, that's Docker, and for others, it's separate Git clones or Git work trees or copy on write clones, which I use, with a setup script, usually a shell script that does some things, right? And the have everything needed part is kind of critical, right? You need things like your .env file, your config file, composer install, a seeded database with a test user or 3, Elasticsearch, queue listener. You should basically be able to set up a development environment for each piece of work and then use every part of your platform without any extra admin or any extra thought. It should be ridiculously simple and always work. And then you need to be able to run them in parallel, because you'll often be building multiple things at once in this weird AI world, right? And parallelizable is a bit simpler. You need these development environments to be isolated, to use low resources, CPU and RAM mainly, because my laptop isn't that powerful. And they need to be individually addressable so that you can have 5 running and speak to them separately, right? I personally get the individually addressable part by running the HTTP server on different ports for each feature that I'm building. But you can use different URLs if you're fancy and if you're using something like Laravel Herd. So these dev environments, so critical so that your agents don't get tripped up by changes you're making or changes that another agent is making. And it also sets you up well for preview environments per PR, for example, or running agents in the cloud, which is fastly coming upon us. And it also helps onboard new devs, right? If you have these reproducible environments. Super, super valuable. And it helps me get perfect PHP code. Once we have these environments, we start whacking our pillars on top, starting with feedback. And feedback just means giving your agents an incredibly quick and short feedback loop so they know if they're doing the right thing or not. Getting this right is probably the biggest lever to high quality code that you are happy with. So agents start from a completely blank slate, right? They're trained on everything in existence, but not your exact code base and your exact preferences. So this feedback loop enforces our requirements without us needing to teach the agent every one of our preferences and hoping that they internalize it, because they just won't. And there are a few ways to set up this feedback loop, but the best way that I know of right now is to add quality gates and enforce their usage. So quality gates are essentially like CI checks, fancy scripts that check your code and then exit with an error if they don't pass, right? So they gate the code getting into your code base by checking the quality of those changes. I typically, on almost all of my projects, have 3 types of quality gates. My fast quality gate runs the most often on just the changed files, and it's typically enforced with the LSP and a pre-commit hook. And this always has to take less than 10 seconds or you're going to slow everything down. Then I have a feature quality gate that runs as a pre-push hook against the entire code base, and essentially I pre-CI check my work. So when I push it to GitHub, it's all green and everybody thinks I know what I'm doing. And then I have a full quality gate, which does all of that, but runs so many smoke tests and browser tests, headless browser tests, literally everything, so that when I run the full one, I have so much confidence because it's tested, almost everything. And some of that full quality gate is powered by automated browser tests, but much of it is agent coordinated. So if I only ran automated headless browser tests, it will only test what I've pre-set up, right? And so often this is actually an automated prompt, and the agent decides what to test and how to test. These quality gates, of course, should use the tools that you know and love. Things like Rector and PHP stand, pest, pint, tons more. And then enforcing these to run is 100% necessary to consistently get high quality code. And Git hooks work perfectly for this if you're using Git. You can put guidance in your agents.md file, claude.md file to say, please run these. But if you do that, you have to assume that your agent won't do that maybe 20% of the time. It will just skip it and pretend it doesn't exist. Very important tip: run programmatic automatic fixes first, then leave anything that Rector can't fix for your agent. So all of those quality gates that I have auto fix and then restage any changes, because agents are slow and really expensive. And so I want things automatically fixed, and then we give whatever's necessary to the agent, right? So encode your rules, your style rules, your quality rules within these tools like Rector. So your agent always produces matching code to the rest of your code base on every commit. When I started with agentic engineering, I tried to encode all of those rules in my agents.md. I would say declare strict types is so necessary, and you must do this and you must do this. And I ended up with a 600-line rules file, and it forgot things. So don't do that. Your agents.md guidelines file should have pointers to things, but the fixing and enforcement should be automatic. Your agents.md guidelines file is critical, right? And it is the first part of the guidance pillar, which is essentially giving your agents the right rules and context, which is super tricky to do and is really, really variable. What the agent needs to do well really changes depending on the feature that you're building, your code base, the harness, even the model, sometimes the day of the week or the hour in the day, depending on some model providers. So, and guidance can be in the moment, like in your chat, or long-lived documentation, things that are there all of the time. And to get perfect PHP code, we need to get all of those right. But to get consistently perfect PHP code, we want to spend most of our time on the long-lived guidance. So our in-the-moment prompts, like our chat messages, don't have to be so exacting. If we don't have a stable foundation in our long-lived context, we easily fall into a trap of every new chat and build message repeating the same information, always saying, don't forget to run the tests. Make sure you use the driver pattern. Make sure to build a service class. You might have been there. I've been there numerous times. So the guidance needed changes depending on agent and model. The latest state-of-the-art models, GPT 5.5, for example, they don't need as much guidance, as much prompting as other models. So you need to match that based on the models and the effort that you're using. If you're using an open weight model like Kimi K2.6 or Minimax M3, you might need to be, or you will need to be, more explicit about what you want to achieve. And one way to get around that is to have what I call golden examples. You can have these files that are the perfect specimen for that type of file or that type of work. So you can have a golden examples directory with test.php, which is the perfect test shape, or you can just flag existing file saying, this is the best code that we have, always build new code exactly like this. A good way of telling your agent about the golden examples is in your core agents.md file. Agents read from agents.md or claude.md if you're using Claude. And so you can say in there, hey, this code is perfect. Reference it every time you need to write a new file. But you do need to keep that file really slim, as it's always provided to the model. So it can eat up tokens really quickly if you're not using a model with really good input caching. My guidelines file for the project that I'm working on at the minute is 124 lines. It starts with a project goal to set the scene. It says, why does this code base even exist? What are we trying to achieve? And then it tells the agent immediately to sacrifice grammar for brevity. and tells it no long prose, please. And then we teach the agent in that file about Git safety, and we tell it to write tests for everything based on golden examples. And I also, for almost all of my projects, say smoke test everything. Everything must have a browser test. If it's a CLI command, there must be a smoke test that runs the entire thing, because I don't want to have to manually do those things. I'm a lazy old man. So keep this line short, but keep this file short, but you can supplement your guidelines file with skills, as we heard before in the Symfony talk. Skills let you package a prompt and associated code, if you like, so that an agent can load that in and then excel at a particular task. And the agent gets a list of those skills, and it can choose to use them when it deems appropriate, or you can specifically say, use this skill. The most popular skill at the minute, if you go based off skills.sh, is the front-end design skill from Anthropic, because agents are notoriously very similar with front-end design. And the first line of that skill actually is commit to a bold aesthetic direction. My favorite skills include front-end design. I always want a nice front-end UX, so I use the front-end design skill and the SVG animation skill, because I love animations on my sites. And then I have a browser automation skill, because I browse, a test, and screenshot everything. And like Fabian mentioned earlier, a release skill is awesome. So I have a release skill because the release for my projects has maybe 82 steps involved that I don't want to have to manually do and go to GitHub like it's the 90s. I just ask my agent, hey, can you make a release? And it does the tagging, and it does the pushing, and it does the monitoring, and all of that. And because it's a skill, it's auto documenting. It exists in the repo. It's a markdown file. So that's there for me whenever I need, or when there's a new employee. Documentation is also guidance to your agents, right? So I like to literally clone repositories into a refs folder in my projects and Git ignore it. And then I just say, look at this reference, look at this stuff that I've got for you. Look how helpful I am. I got all of this, all these ingredients for you. You just have to, turn it into a perfect pie. You can also get live documentation, right? From tools like Context 7 or Laravel Boost. I've heard that's pretty great, and you can get up-to-date documentation from there, specific to your code base and your versions and things like that. And when you have a nice base of these long-lived context and documentation and guidance, it's time for just-in-time context, which is your prompt and your approach. I always start, and recommend everybody does, in plan mode, and make sure that plan mode interviews you about what you're trying to achieve, not what you're trying to do, what the end goal is, so that it can discover edge cases and things that I'm not clear about and help me find unknowns. And every one of my messages always tags files. If you're not doing @associated file, you're going to have a worse time than people that are doing that. So I always tag relevant files that I expect to be edited or to copy approaches from. And then I will also say, we recently did similar work. So look at the previous Git commits and, figure out what we did there and, do it in this new place. Guidance, again, is very different depending on your intent and model. If you're using GPT 5.5 extra high, you don't need a lot. But if you're using Minimax M3, you'll need a lot more. I did have some random tips, and I want to do some live coding, but I can't do live coding right now, so I'll do that at some point on a stream. But random tips that don't fit into the slides. Symlink agents.md to Claude.md. Claude wants to be unique, so it doesn't support the same guidelines file that everybody else does, agents.md. So don't keep them up to date. Don't keep them in sync. And don't use Claude.md as the source of truth. Agents.md is the source of truth, and Claude.md points to it. Start your prompts with what you're trying to achieve, what your intent is, not what to do. Don't say, go and edit these things and do these things. Say, I want on this page this thing to happen. And ask your agent to interview you to discover unknowns. Access is the last pillar. And it's a much simpler pillar, but it's growing in importance with how capable agents have got. And this is about ensuring your agent has access to the correct tools and data and the right level of access also, right? Your agent doesn't need right access to the production database. So give it a headless browser that always works. Give it access to the GitHub CLI. My agents are using GH on the command line constantly, like in this example. And give it, if you can, a local agent review system like CodeRabbit or greptile, so it can get an impartial, objective review from a different system. Humans can get access to everything, right? Humans can open 1Password or run forgotten password or ask the CTO, hey, can you get me an invite? But agents can't. So you have to be really proactive and explicit about what agents have access to. And it doesn't much matter what shape it takes, if it's an API or MCP or CLI, just as long as it exists and it always works. Even with these pillars set up, there are times when you won't end up with perfect code, if you can believe that. And here I ask you to take on a weird assumption and a weird new process. When you don't get perfect code, I invite you to assume that the agent is capable of producing perfect code, but wasn't given the right environment, feedback, guidance, or access to do it. Annoyingly, assume it's your fault you didn't get what you wanted. Take 100% responsibility. Just like we do with a new developer or a no-blame culture, right? We don't say, oh, Nuno deleted the production database, he's the worst. We say, why did our systems allow that? Which guidelines weren't clear enough or weren't followed? Why did we give him so much access? And we need to ask those too of our agents. Of course, sometimes it is absolutely 100% the agent's fault and it was just dumb. But let's start from the other end of the assumption. Then take on a weird new process called close the gap. This is a philosophy for life too, actually, that my wife and I practice and that we aspire to, but works perfectly for agents also. This close the gap process is about taking 100% responsibility, then making small changes to close the gap between where you are or where your agents are and what's possible and what they are capable of producing. So you investigate like a scientist where the agent went wrong or made a bad assumption or didn't have the access or had too much access. Then you modify a pillar to account for it, to behave more appropriately, to close the gap between reality and where you are and possibility. Quick recap, bad joke. This is how I work. These are the systems and processes that I use each day. Agents do all of my development and QA and reviews. I'm usually building around 8 things at once across 3 or 4 projects at once. I'll use an isolated development environment for each semi-large build, and I keep the main checkout for me to work on with small tasks. And for every build, I'll use the custom plan mode with GPT 5.5 extra high. That interviews me, creates a markdown plan, that gets converted to a graph of tasks, and they get ran by different models. I'm experimenting right now with optimizing for cost and using open weight models. So I'm using things like KimiK 2.6, Minimax M3, GLM 5.1, things like that. Then go back to GPT 5.5 extra high to do a review and automated QA. It is currently the case that I use Opus for UI because its vision support is still so much stronger than every other model, except maybe some Gemini models. But I expect that to change in the next couple of weeks with GPT 5.6. I do check in on my agents from my phone from time to time, especially when I go on a walk and I have a new idea for something. I'll voice transcribe into an agent too. That's roughly how I get perfect PHP code from agents. This is what works for me today. It'll change tomorrow because of something, right? And there are lots of GitHub repos and pieces of software to help with these pillars and approaches. So you can use the Superpowers skill or Vercel's agent browser or JetBrains Air development environment or Polyscope or Solo Term or Fuel like I do. The tool doesn't matter as much as the approach and the understanding, though. So you can have a lot of impact with agentic engineering like this. That's me. I've been Ashley Hindle. Keep being awesome. I'll see you out there.
That was such a great talk. Everyone clap, please, on the chat. We want to see those clap emojis on the chat. Such a masterclass about AI development in 2026. And thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Loved your talk. I love the way you mentioned quality insurance through tooling like PHP Stand, Reactor, Laravel, Pint, Past, PHP Unit, PHP CS Fixer. We have a lot of quality tooling in the PHP ecosystem.
So
I appreciate you mentioned all of that. I have a question for you. You briefly mentioned at the end of the talk, so I want to kind of expand a little bit on that, about your favorite stack in 2026. You mentioned open code, ChatGPT, also. I wonder if you can expand a little bit on this.
Yeah. Well, I started my own startup to build an agentic development environment. So I'm using that for the core flow. But then the models and harnesses that I'm using Codex, GPT 5.5 extra high for almost everything. And I do use GPT 5.5. I found if you change the effort to medium or high, you get great results for much faster and much cheaper. And then open code Go. You pay $10 a month and you get a certain amount of access to open weight models like Kimike 2.6 and Quen. And that's incredible. Like if people don't have an open code Go subscription, that's really great. So I also like to use that to get access to Quen 3.6, for example.
Open code through the terminal or through a desktop app?
Through Fuel. Yeah. I've not opened an actual agent itself in a long, long time.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Super interesting. There was so much to unpack from this talk.
100%.
I'm going to have to rewatch it.
100%.
We've talked before, and I asked you some skeptical questions about AI before.
Yeah,
and so
I like them.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I had one question I wanted to highlight from Larry, actually, who's here as well. Yeah, he's laughing. Yeah, you're allowed to do that, Larry. It's coming later today.
Yeah.
Larry asked, how capable are the local run models at this point? Not.
It's simple. Unless you have 8 DGX Sparks, which cost, I don't know, 80,000 euros maybe, or 20 GTX 4090s or something, you're not getting good results. You can do certain things with them, right? But don't expect to get production ready. They will need a lot more hand-holding. That won't be the case for long, though. That's the case right now.
So you don't foresee local models being actually usable for PHP development?
Not anytime soon.
Interesting.
Your Apple MacBooks actually come with a foundation model built in that you can use a Python script called appfel to call the model within your machine. So I do use that in Fuel to generate the titles for threads, for example. If somebody says, I want to do this, that can generate a title, and that's a local model. And it's like 3 billion parameters. It's tiny. But that's what people use in local models for, right? They're using it for voice transcription and generating titles and things like that, not huge swathes of code.
It's really thought-provoking. The talks will be published on this channel as well after the fact. Give me a week or so the time to cut everything up, but you'll be able to rewatch it as well, which I think is a good idea. Super.
I won't rewatch it.
One more question, maybe, Ashley. Totally off topic, but you mentioned yesterday, I think, that you're moving to Australia. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the plan. Moving to Brisbane. But that Michael Dorinda guy is so lovely. And so I just want to be nearer to him.
But you're not there yet.
I'm in Amsterdam right now. But I'll be in Brisbane, hopefully November, December time. That's the dream.
Okay.
We'll see.
It would have been nice if you were living in Brisbane already, because then we could say that truly people from all over the world were coming to speak here at PHPverse.
Yeah.
But that's just...
My heart is in Brisbane, if that helps. So part of me, is global. Cool. We can say that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Ashley.
you. Great
and we ask the chat once again, leave some clap emojis there. Then we're going to our next speaker, who's actually coming from a whole other part of the world. You're staying, Ashley, or?
I figured I'd stay, but I can leave if you like.
You can.
I'll swap.
This is
swap.
your cue.
Okay.
Bye bye. Yeah, our next speaker is from a whole other part of the world. That's South Africa, and yeah, I'm really curious about this topic.
I'm honestly super curious to have also Jonathan from the WordPress community. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Jonathan, everyone.
Representing the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah.
We are so happy and excited to see some WordPress here at PHPverse.
Let's make sure. Are the slides all good for you? That's great.
Good to go.
Yeah, we're just gonna give the word to you, and we're going to follow along here on Discord as well. If people have any questions, go to the dedicated thread here. Remember, all of our speakers get to pick one of their favorite questions. And the people who ask them will get a Lego elephant as well. Oh, I have to. Here it is.
Beautiful Lego elephant.
So,
Can I ask a question?
you're speaking, so you're getting one. So yeah, Jonathan, the stage is yours.
Cool. Thank you so much. So I purposely chose a contentious title for my talk because I feel like over the last 5 to 10 years, I've been hearing about the death of WordPress. And hey, it's still going strong. It's still going wild. But before I dive into my talk, I want to take you back to the year that I learned PHP. So this was back in 2004. Gmail had just been launched and looked like that. If you had a clamshell phone, you were running the best phones in the world. And if you had a 19-inch Philips Black CRT monitor, you were an elite gamer. I had that exact same monitor. It lasted me probably about 5 years before it eventually died. But around that time, PHP 5 had just been released in June of 2004. So that meant that most places were still using PHP 4, 4.3.8, and 4.3.9. That's the version of PHP that I learned. And I really dived into and just enjoyed and loved the whole concept of writing and deploying once, and it's in the browser and everybody can access it. And so I really got stuck into PHP and made PHP part of my journey. Fast forward about 10 years to around 2015. I've now learned all kinds of frameworks, Cake PHP, Yi, eventually Laravel, CodeIgniter along the way. And what I found was when I was learning PHP, first of all, back in 2004, PHP was seen as sort of this baby language. Script kiddies wrote PHP. They weren't serious developers. And I kind of questioned that mentality. And then in 2015, I went to my first WordCamp in Cape Town. This is me at the WordCamp. We're about to recreate the Tom Cruise jumping on the couch on Oprah scene. I don't know if anybody here remembers that. I'm a little bit younger, quite a bit wider. But when I got into the WordPress community, I kind of found that within the PHP community, WordPress was seen as the sort of script kiddie framework of PHP. It wasn't taken seriously enough. It was legacy code. It wasn't modern. And I actually ended up stumbling across a talk. You can search this on YouTube by Andrew Nason. He's one of the lead developers of WordPress. He's a core committer of WordPress, titled Challenging Your WordPress Assumptions from 2009. And he did this in 2014. And so I discovered this wasn't a new thing. This has been happening all the time. So my goal here today, or at least what I discovered, is that many developers still recycle the same criticisms of WordPress without realizing that the platform is evolving every day. Maybe not as fast as some would like, but definitely faster than its own reputation. And so today I'm here to bust some of the 10 myths that I hear often from other developers. My goal today is not to ask you to always consider WordPress. I believe in the right tool for the job, but don't overlook it due to possibly outdated beliefs. So that's the goal. Let's dive in. This is probably one that I hear a lot. WordPress is outdated. It has a horrible code base. It doesn't use object-oriented principles and practices. And the truth of it is that WordPress has been working really, really hard since about 2020 to get, first of all, the minimum WordPress version bumped up. WordPress itself, the project, actually recommends PHP 8.3 for all new WordPress installs. We still do support PHP 7.4, but we're working towards getting rid of that. There was a stage where WordPress was sort of had beta support for modern versions of PHP. That is now fully gone. You can now fully run WordPress on PHP 8.3, 8.4, and 8.5. In fact, my own blog is running on PHP 8.5 because I want the latest and greatest. And I get to play with, that's the great thing about my job, I get to play with all the cool things that PHP are bringing out. And things like the Gutenberg project and newer core code like the Interactivity API, the AI client, the MCP adapter, as they are being built, they are all using and starting to promote modern PHP practices, including type declarations, namespaces, and other things like that. Another one that I hear quite often is that WordPress doesn't have a native templating engine. So if you're used to things like Blade or Twig, who remembers Smarty back in the day? Well, that's also changed as well. And this kind of happened through the block editor. So as the block editor evolved, we started using something called block markup in block themes. And those have completely replaced the old school PHP templates with PHP tags littered everywhere. This is effectively now WordPress's own templating language. It's declarative, safe by default. There's no raw PHP execution. And the cool thing about it is it's editable by users in the editor as well. Block markup has something called block attributes, which are stored within the block markup. And they're stored as a JSON object. So PHP can parse it, JavaScript can parse it. And WordPress automatically handles output escaping, various wrappers, and all kinds of other fun things. Just to give you an example, this is a page template from my own WordPress theme on my blog. It's actually called Developer Advocate. So if you're a dev advocate and you want to use it, you feel free to. But there you can see it's using block markup with this. It's basically within HTML comments and with the WP prefix. So there's a template part, there is a group with some content. It calls the post title, the post content. You can see the attributes in the JSON. I find this as a developer fairly easy to read. AI really likes reading this kind of code. And as you can see, no PHP anywhere to be found. Another big one is performance issues. WordPress is considered slow by modern standards. It has issues with REST API slowness and front-end slowness and all kinds of other things. And again, this is an outdated belief. The WordPress project now has a dedicated performance team who maintain a Performance Lab plugin, which is constantly testing WordPress, constantly looking at ways to improve. WordPress 6.1, for example, brought major REST API improvements. And WordPress 6.9 had a 2.8 to 5.8 speed gain over 6.8. And every release continues to speed up like that. And then on the front end, things like speculative loading, which was merged into core in WordPress 6.8, achieving up to a 98.2% reduction in LCP. So this team is constantly working to find ways to make WordPress quicker, better, and faster. Then if you come from the old PHP template days, there was this heavy reliance on global state. You might remember functions like the loop and the post. And if you wanted to do something to the post, inside the post, you had to reset the post. And it was this horrible nightmare. And this is one of those that, okay, I'll be honest, this is still a factor of legacy WordPress. I'm not going to lie. If you're building, old school classic PHP templates, you still have to deal with that. But the cool thing is, as I mentioned earlier, we now have block markup. We now have block templates, so we don't have to worry about those things. And there are also other things that have come about, one being the interactivity API, another being the WordPress data package. These are more sort of front-end systems, but they really help separate the front end and the back end in a good and clean and nice way. Blocks can have independent states scoped via the data WP context attribute, eliminating reliance on global variables. Cool. And here's just a simple example of a very simple interactive thing that you can build on the front end. So this is the counter. You click a button, it increments it. This, along with a very little bit of JavaScript code, and then all the PHP in the background can work. And it's one of my favorite things of modern WordPress. Then, if you've ever built a WordPress site of any kind, you may know that WordPress supports a custom post type with custom fields model. So there's custom post meta keys. And for the longest time, if you wanted to register the custom data for your users to be able to access or to be able to interact with, you had to rely on third-party plugins. There was one plugin that was very, very popular for a number of years. And it was just this over-reliance on plugins to support these fields. Well, I'm happy to report about 2 years ago in WordPress 6.5, a new API called the Block Bindings API came along. And this was essentially designed to allow developers to create bindings in the block editor, in their block markup, and it just works out of the box. So you enable a binding, you say, I'm setting it up to this custom field. The user then has automatic UI to be able to interact with those bindings, assign them, add them, whatever the case may be. And developers can also register custom binding sources. So it doesn't have to be in the database. It can be an external source from an API request, or whatever the case may be. The API has a detailed roadmap for future iterations, including more support for different blocks and a better in-editor custom editing experience. And just to give you an example of what that code looks like, so here is a paragraph block. You'll see it is bound to the post meta core table, and it is pulling in the book genre key. So when my user is adding a new book to their bookstore and they want to pull the genre from the custom fields, It's literally a one click for them, and this little bit of code for me. Now, what's interesting is that with the introduction of the Gutenberg project, which has led us to the block editor, you may or may not have heard that PHP folks started stressing out. Because at one point, Matt was telling everybody to learn JavaScript deeply. The block editor is all JavaScript all the time. It uses React specifically, and a number of developers, specifically PHP developers, myself included, went, hang on, I now need to learn this new JavaScript framework. I prefer to have everything happening in PHP, HTML for content, for rendering, and then a little bit of JavaScript here and there for some interactivity. Well, what's cool about that, and I've mentioned this before, is we now have the interactivity API, which allows all of that. So it was designed as a PHPverse bridge between server-rendered content and client-side interactivity. It is also possible, since WordPress 7.0, which came out about a month ago, to register blocks in PHP only. So as a developer who prefers to say in PHP, I can register blocks in PHP that are static. I can connect them to the interactivity API if I need some interactivity on the front end, state changing or animations or whatever the case may be. And I don't have to go and learn a whole new JavaScript framework to make this happen. Dynamic blocks can still define their server-side rendering in a PHP file, so keeping the PHP rendering logic clean and familiar. And at the end of the day, one of the things that I love about WordPress is developers can choose their comfort level, either full React blocks, PHP-only blocks, or using interactivity for lightweight interactivity. One of the things we're sometimes not great at is naming things, but hey, that's a common problem. And this is one that hits the headlines quite often. WordPress is insecure. WordPress gets hacked all the time. We see headlines about thousands of hacked sites or millions of sites being hacked. And WordPress just has this stigma of being generally insecure. Well, the truth of it is that we do have a WordPress security team in the project, and they do work very, very hard to implement processes that keep WordPress sites all around the world secure and stable and updated. We've had automatic updates for minor security releases since 2013, and since WordPress 5.6 in 2020, users can also opt in for automatic updates for plugins, themes, and major core releases. In WordPress 6.6, we added rollback protections for auto updates. So if an update happens and your site falls over, it can actually roll back and restore your site to a safe environment. WordPress core itself has had 0 unpatched critical vulnerabilities in recent history. The majority of vulnerabilities happen because of either outdated plugins, neglected sites, or more recently, folks actually buying plugins that haven't been updated in a while and injecting their own malicious code in there, which we're actually currently in the process of looking at resolving. There was literally a post yesterday where for certain updates, we're going to pause the auto update for 24 hours when it's a new author, just to check that what they're doing is safe and secure for all users. Other improvements include application passwords in WordPress 5.6. Before this, if you wanted to allow an external service to authenticate with your site, you had to give away your username and password, which is not great. And in WordPress 6.8, we updated password hashing to use bcrypt. So we're constantly finding ways to improve the security and stability around WordPress. Then one of my personal favorites, and I know Niels is here today, lack of proper dependency management. WordPress, yes, because it's a 23-year-old code base, there is no default way to set up a WordPress project using Composer like we all love to do with Laravel. However, Composer is a first-class citizen. There is a project called Roots Bedrock, which has long enabled managing both WordPress core plugins and themes as Composer dependencies. So you can actually start a new WordPress project. You can require WordPress core as a dependency and your plugins and your themes. You can have version locking and all the cool stuff that we like about what Composer does and what it can do. And more recently, in March of 2026, WP Packages was launched. Now, fun fact, when they first launched, they were actually called WP Packagist. And Niels picked up the phone or sent them an email and said, hey guys, got a bit of confusion here. And there was a great conversation that happened and they renamed. But essentially, it's by the Roots team. It's an open source Composer repository for every free plugin and theme in WordPress.org. And as Niels was saying when I was chatting to him yesterday, what's great about it is it's using modern Composer functionality and modern processes. So it's super fast and super stable. And many, many WordPress hosts now also support Composer-based WordPress workflows out of the box. My site, again, my theme is managed in GitHub, and I push my changes from GitHub whenever I need them done, which is great. It means I don't have to sit and upload files via FTP or whatever we used to do back in the day. Now, one One that is very close to my heart, and Brent, I'm sure yours as well, is outdated and incomplete documentation. WordPress, yes, it did at one point. It was a case of if you wanted to learn WordPress development, you had to go and find other people's blogs who were writing about it and other tutorials and whatever the case may be. And this is where I'm going to plug my company a little bit. At Automatic, we realized that this was the problem. This was before I joined the company, and Automatic actually put together the DevRel team that I'm part of. And we now have some amazing developer-focused initiatives. We have a WordPress developer blog, which was launched as a dedicated resource for plugin and theme developers, publishing regular in-depth tutorials about all the new functionality. So when the interactivity API came out, we were publishing tutorials on how to use that. We do monthly roundups on what's coming to WordPress for developers, so you can see what's going on. We also have Learn WordPress at learn.wordpress.org, which I, in my head, refer to as the Laracast for WordPress. So it is video tutorials. If you go there, you might see my face quite a bit because I'm the only DevRel working there. But we have tutorials for beginner developers, for intermediate developers. We also have specific courses for using specific things like using the data layer, developing your first block. And we run online weekly workshops for various topics. The developer resources portal, where we have all our documentation, has had a massive overhaul with comprehensive block editor, theme handbook, and plugin handbooks, and the REST API with a full code reference for the entire project, which is updated every time there's a new WordPress release. And we have some cool tools like WordPress Create Block, which was actually inspired by the React Create App tool. So if you want to create a new block, you just run one command and you are good to go with well-documented code and modern tooling out of the box. And this one is my favorite. This is a last but not least situation. Because WordPress was running all this old code and has been for a while, we have this very special WP error class that we use instead of PHP exceptions. And many developers who are used to using exceptions are like, well, why do we have to use this class? And as I've said, you don't. We can support modern PHP functionality. Newer systems that are being built are using these exceptions. Unfortunately, when they get merged, they have to go back to WP error. But we're at a point now where we could actually start thinking about replacing WP error with exceptions. So because that PHP 4 constraint is gone and WordPress requires 7.0 plus or higher, developers can, in their own plugins and in their own themes, use exceptions as they wish to. My lead, for example, he builds WordPress themes. And he's using exceptions, he's using dependency injection, he's using annotations. Square brackets is a common one in the community for arrays. But he's using all that stuff. When he heard I was coming here, he was like, please tell them that WordPress is not dead. It is alive and kicking, and we're using all the modern stuff. We need to talk about it more. And at the end of the day, I'm a practical kind of guy. I'm a developer. I understand WordPress does have its flaws, but it is one of the most practical solutions for content-driven websites. As somebody who I was talking to the other day said, architectural purity sometimes takes a backseat to end-user experience. I came to WordPress because I was looking for the easiest way to publish content on the web. And in my opinion today, it still is one of the easiest ways. So one of the things that I'm trying to do is showcase the modernness that is coming in the background, the changes that we're making. And so I hope you will give it a chance the next time a WordPress project comes your way. Thank you so much. If you want to find all of the links and the resources that I mentioned, you can go to my blog at jonathanbossinger.com/PHPverse 2026. And thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I have to admit, when you say the loop, the post, Smarty, do you remember that? I kind of feel old because I remember all of these things.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah, okay. But great talk. Thank you for shedding some light. What's really fun to see is that a lot of the questions that appear in Discord were answered 2 minutes later.
Yeah.
Well, that's how common those myths are.
Yeah.
My job is to talk about these things, and we don't talk about enough the changes that have been made and the improvements that have been made.
Mm-hmm.
We tend to focus on, because negative news creates clicks. We tend to focus on that, but there's been some great improvements over the last 10 years. So I'm glad that that's the case.
Mm-hmm. One of the many questions we saw in the chat was regarding Composer and the adoption of Composer in the WordPress ecosystem. You just mentioned that literally you guys are on top of that right now. I actually have a question here. How about adoption of other tooling in the PHP ecosystem, things like PHP Stan or PHP CS Fixer? Is that a thing on the WordPress community as well?
So that's where education comes in. So one of the things that I'm working on is doing more education around that. Again, it's one of those things where the people that are using it's kind of weird because when I joined the community in 2015, developers were very prolific about publishing their experiences. And I think that was because there was a lack of good documentation and good official tutorials. So they would publish about how they were using modern things in PHP and how they were using modern tools. And so that's how I learned a lot of PHP development. When we started building these official resources, folks went, oh, okay, WordPress is doing it, so we can take a step back. But the problem is there's only so much that you can do. I'm part of a team of 4 people. And so we do what we can about these things, but we need more. So it's something that I'm personally working on. One of the courses that I'm busy with is specifically an intermediate plugin developer course, and it includes things like Composer, PHP Unit, PHP Stan, all of these tools. There are even some products that are sort of WordPress specific versions. You will appreciate this. There is a WordPress specific version for PHP Unit, specific to how WordPress works and running on top of WordPress, just like with Pest. So there are folks doing these things, and I think the problem is, and I'm going to challenge anybody from the WordPress community here today. We have some great folks who are presenting today who are very, very good at being public about what they're doing and what they're building. In the WordPress developer space lately, they tend to not be public. I don't know why. Maybe they're too busy, but they don't talk about all the cool stuff that they're doing. And so it's up to folks like me to have to come along and research it and share it. So my challenge to WordPress developers out there, and I know you're there, talk about the stuff you're doing, live stream it, blog it, whatever the case may be. Get the information out there, because if nobody knows about it, nobody can use it.
And I'm going to give you my word. I'm going to try WordPress on my own personal channel.
Awesome.
I'm going to give you that. Yesterday during the dinner, you actually mentioned some of the numbers of WordPress conferences in Europe, and I got shocked. So I wonder if you could share that with the audience as well.
Absolutely. So you might hear my voice is a little bit croaky. When I travel and I go to conferences, I get tired. I get a little bit of a sinus infection. So I've just come from WordCamp Europe. It happened in Krakow, Poland last week. And we had something like, stand corrected, but it was something like 2,600 attendees over the course of 3 days.
That's the same amount of people watching PHPverse, just on not just on, but like for WordPress, only for WordPress.
Only for WordPress. WordPress all day, 2 days, every day, just WordPress people. WordPress companies, 2,600 people.
Wow, can we just clap for this? It's just crazy.
And those are considered low numbers. At the peak of WordCamp Europe before the pandemic, we were pushing 3,000.
Oh, it's just insane. I want to appreciate you coming here today. Thank you so much. Everyone clapping for Jonathan. Thank you so much
for having me, guys.
Chat, everyone clapping for Jonathan.
Yeah, wow.
It's so good to have WordPress here, don't you think? It's just so awesome.
I'm so happy with that.
Yeah,
we're it's so good to challenge your own like assumptions and things you've gotten used to over the years. And this was such a great talk.
I knew WordPress would be good, honestly, because there is a huge community there. The community continues to evolve, just like your own communities at home continue to evolve. If you are a Symfony developer, Symfony continues to evolve. If you are a Laravel developer, Laravel continues to evolve. No different with other communities like WordPress, Magento, Drupal is no different at all. Now, WordPress was mentioned here and mentioned that it's using Composer, and we are about to have also Composer here with us. So for that, I would like to welcome on stage Niels Aderman, the co-creator of Composer and Packages. Please give a big welcome to him.
How are you, Niels?
Thank you. Great. Excited for this.
Feels really good to have you here. Obviously, you have created one of the most important pieces in the PHP history, I would say. Yesterday, I actually made you a lot of questions about Composer, but today I wanted to share a little bit of Composer with the audience today. So yeah, the stage is yours.
Thanks so much. Yeah, and I think we can talk about the history of it all, but I think so many things have happened just in the last couple of weeks.
100%.
And I think that's what I'm going to be talking about today mostly.
It kind of seemed like it was all planned just to have a very good talk at PHPverse. I guess that's not the case, but you were busy.
Yeah, no, I think it just changed the focus for this talk a bit very recently. So I think I do want to talk about very current topics instead of the things that have happened over the last couple of years. And that's why I also kind of somewhat last minute changed the title of this presentation to Composer and Packages, Supply Chain Security in 2026. And we published this blog post, I think it's like nearly 3 weeks ago now, that kind of outlined a bit like what our thinking had already been for the last several years, especially the last year, that we just didn't communicate a whole lot about like here and there, and you could maybe spot a few things in individual GitHub issues. And I think we figured or decided that we just need to communicate this a bit more publicly and openly, just so that there's a bit of a better understanding in the PHP ecosystem around what we are doing already. And yeah, what made this so important, and I mean, I keep saying about the last couple of weeks, but let's make sure the audience actually knows what we're talking about. And I think what really happened and changed is that the threat to PHP developers shifted, changed, materialized more practically in the last couple of weeks. And I think there were two particular incidents that happened that I want to highlight as they kind of showed a change or were very relevant. And the first one was end of April. Somebody managed to get access to Intercom's SDK for PHP repository, along with their various other repositories they had. And they published malicious code that would steal credentials, that tries to get all your cloud access, your GitHub account, etc., from your machine if you install it or run the code in there. And similarly, a couple of weeks later, May 22nd, the Laravel Lang project got attacked in the same way, where one of the employees of the company that helps maintain this had their account, their machine taken over so that they could access the GitHub repository underneath those packages. And then they uploaded in various new tags, credential stealers, that people who would try to install this had their credentials stolen. Now, what changed a bit and why is this different? Why did this happen a long time ago? And there's a number of things that go in here. If you've been following supply chain security for a while, then you know that this has been a topic for at least the last 2 to 3 years, increasingly. A lot of the big news have been in the NPM and PyPI ecosystems. And so that's, I think, how a lot of this access still happens today. It's either PHP developers that also have JavaScript projects that run NPM, that run some Python project, that run an AI agent locally that decides to install some random Python library to quickly do this one thing they asked it to do without actually going through proper verification of what is it that I'm installing off the internet right now. And I think also new is an increasing number of attacks on IDE plugins. VS Code has been in the news for this a bit, where people realize if I get access to a developer's IDE, I really get access to everything that they can do. And so GitHub account takeover used to be sort of the hard part. So we would used to say Composer is relatively in a good place because the way that you publish something to packages.org is by taking over a GitHub repository. And that's a lot more difficult than stealing somebody's NPM or PyPI token. And that's not true anymore because NPM and PyPI have been working on making their part more secure. And so especially with OIDC, trusted publishing, build attestations, mechanisms that they've put in place to kind of get to the same level of source code ties directly to artifact that somebody installs. They have kind of closed that gap on their side. And it means that now, similarly to with Composer and Packages, the way that you publish something is you gain access to a GitHub repository. And you can do that either by taking over somebody's machine through whichever random other thing that person installed, or through GitHub Actions. And another focus has increasingly been GitHub Action security. People don't really understand the security model of GitHub Actions. And a lot of people run GitHub Actions with tokens that allow write access. And then if you have GitHub Actions that somehow work on third-party pull requests, it's pretty easy to slip in some malicious code and access the underlying repository. The number of attacks keeps increasing, and I think the success of these attacks attracts more attackers to try and do the same kind of thing, and that's why we are seeing these more frequently, more of them, and in worse scenarios. And it's really, I think, forcing everybody in software, not just in the PHP ecosystem, to reevaluate how and what they want to protect. Because in the end now, one single compromised GitHub account can spread malware to so many places. Because if it's self-replicating, like a lot of these instances, once you hit one developer, they publish the malware, which in turn then gets to any other developer who can publish malware, and so on and so on. We decided to do something about this. And to understand that a bit, just how does this work in the Composer context? Like I said, you get access to a GitHub repo. Typically with Composer, the way that you publish is by simply making a tag on the Git repository. And then packages.org just records the URL pointing at the GitHub API. In more than 99% of cases, open source packages and packages.org are on GitHub. That dynamically generates a zip file from that source code. And that's the neat thing with the advantage we have is where the download, the artifact is directly generated from the source code. So unlike other ecosystems where you have to generate some artifact and then upload it, and then there's the question and problem of how does that artifact relate back to the source code, and was that maybe published by an attacker and not by the actual source repository? we don't have that problem, but we still have the problem that if somebody has access to the repository, it's all just as broken. And on the flip side, one of the downsides is because these are dynamically generated by GitHub, they are not stable. So you can't check some of the artifacts. You can't do any signatures on these because they can actually change over time. And Composer will simply then download from this GitHub API URL that's recorded in the log file. And on the positive side, the log file pins the exact commit behind a tag. So it's really Composer updates requires that are easy to attack, but unless you really review a log file in depth or use like tooling like private packages update review to really spot these changes, it's very easy to slip by you that you didn't change the version, but the underlying git commit changed. And so part of our blog post was a bit, and I want to walk through this today, is like, what have we done today? What's in place as additional protections mechanisms and what's coming? And what we already have shipped with Composer 2.10 is we have this Aikido malware feed that gets ingested into packages.org. Aikido is a software supply chain security company that both automatically and then with some human review tries to review for malware every single package and version published on packages.org. And then there's like a pretty rapid manual response system set up where we try to delete this stuff in response to those reports. And they also now automatically publish a list that Composer directly gets access to stop you from installing the malware as soon as they flagged it, and even before we have a chance to review this and actually pull the particular releases. We already implemented a public transparency log last year. I'll go into the details of that a bit later. We implemented Zizmore, which is a static analysis tool for GitHub Actions across all of the Composer and packages repositories that we run. And we're really recommending that anybody maintaining open source packages and PHP ecosystem set this up. Then there's GitHub configuration that you can do. I know Nunu did his GitHub moat thing, and I think Fabian talked about a great thing earlier, like just using Terraform to automate the configuration of your GitHub repositories if you manage quite a few of them. Make sure that you allow list third-party GitHub actions so some PR can't add new GitHub actions, or default your workflows to read-only so they can't manipulate repositories. Yeah, well, like what we've shipped in the last 2 weeks already is dependency policy definition, Composer 2.10, that simplifies the configuration around this. Stable version immutability on packages.org, so people can't modify tags after the fact on packages.org anymore. We deprecated source fallback, which was a mechanism, again, I'll go through it in a little more detail on all of these. There was a mechanism that would go back from, if you can't download the zip file, it would just check out from the repository. So mechanisms that would protect the zip file would actually get circumvented in a failure case by the git checkout underneath. And what we'll still be shipping soon is a minimum release H flag or cooldown mechanism, multi-factor authentication that will show up, or multi-factor authentication state will show up in the transparency log and on individual maintainer profiles publicly for people to judge the security posture of open source libraries they depend on. We will implement organizational package ownership, bulk package management for these organizations, and additional security controls that you can use as an organization. And then more longer term, we're going to look at implementing stage release publishing, where you have to actually confirm manually that you are a human present for a release. Again, referring back a bit to what Fabien was describing earlier, with an MFA approval to go through with a release. We're going to add more secure mechanisms like FIDO2 to our MFA mechanisms that are currently supported on packages. We'll make MFA mandatory. We want to host the actual artifacts in an immutable way rather than referencing GitHub API URLs on packages.org. We want to introduce build provenance and trusted publishing that we know from NPM and PyPI. And then we also want to implement additional dependency policies, including provenance policies. So you can kind of set on the Composer client side that you want to verify that everything that you install was built on a public GitHub action, for example. Let's look at these in a bit more detail. So today, detection response is mostly still, it's somewhat automated now. There's like about a bunch of manual stuff in place. So Aikido is already automatically publishing this feed that we built into packages.org under a free license, which is super helpful. And so Composer can ingest that directly. We also get some manual reports from Socket, another one of these companies that tries to analyze new versions as they're published. That we have to just react to. And we're open to more providers of this kind of data and integrating with them if they want to make this data available under a free license that we can redistribute easily. And then we have to, manually pull versions quickly, sometimes in the middle of the night, which obviously is a bit of a, like our ops part is also getting more difficult and stressful in having to react and deal with these situations. But we're trying to now focus a bit more on prevention rather than just reaction. And that's where we're going with this. But that's so far, I think this is, in these incidents that I've described, helped us prevent the worst, where we've been able to pull these things within a few minutes. So yeah, the more catastrophic outcomes we were able to prevent so far. I mentioned the transparency log, and what this is about is basically recording all the details around a public package. So ownership or maintainer changes are recorded and they're publicly for anybody to see. Any versions that are being published, deleted, flagged in some way. If somebody tries to tag the underlying Git repository, you will actually see a note there that the tag is now pointing at a different commit when what was actually published. It'll record account events for the maintainer. So you can see if some maintainer account actually had their email reset. And eventually here you will also see whether or not they have MFA enabled, so that you can draw conclusions about the security of a particular dependency. The work on this was funded by the German Sovereign Tech Agency. We want to thank you through the PHP Foundation. It's great to kind of see these types of investments help us actually implement all of this on top of all the operational work that we already have to do. This already enabled us to just build exact timelines in the incidents that we've had so far, of figuring out what exactly happened at what point and to really understand the incident. So it's also a great analytical tool. But I think most importantly, it really makes it possible for anyone to audit the behavior and security of packages based on various signals. And so we're also interested in anybody who wants to build monitoring on top of this, because we want to provide an API for this, but we'd love to be in touch with more people that actually have ideas for tooling that want to build on top of this to get this API design right. So yeah, feel free to open a GitHub issue, email me. We'd love to talk to you if that's something that you want to build tooling for. Dependency polys in Composer 2.10 are part of it. Is just that we now have 3 categories already that are built into Composer of kind of problematic packages. So we have the security advisory support that's been around for a while. We've gotten this new idea of like versions flagged as potential malware. Then we have abandoned packages where the maintainers are no longer looking after them. And so now we have a standardized configuration framework where you can define the behavior for each of these types of problems with packages. And you can also define custom policies that work based on either additional lists of packages that you publish under a URL, or you can define a post endpoint HTTP base that will get a list of the packages you're about to install, and then that can draw its own conclusions. So there's also very extensible where you can build additional security tooling for Composer and for that ecosystem. The defaults are kind of what most projects want. So, malware gets blocked on update and on install, even from the log file, so that this thing does not end up on your machine. With advisories, we block it on an update, so you can't update to an insecure version, but it's still installable, because often enough, that particular code path, maybe it doesn't affect your your application, and you don't want to deploy to stop working just because somebody said there's one code path that's vulnerable. So you have time to analyze and assess this. And for abandoned packages, this currently only gives you a warning if you run Composer audit on your project. And then private packages accompanies a bunch of these new features with tooling for organizations that we can't build into Composer directly. So for example, allows you to enforce this across an entire organization. So because Composer obviously has to have flags to configure this to disable certain behavior, if you want as a big company to have the same rules enforced for everybody, or if you care that your AI agents can't just decide to autonomously go, oh, look, I can't install this version of a package, I want to just overwrite that with the ignore malware flag, which exists for good reasons, but then you also have a mechanism to do this with something like private packages. Yeah, I mentioned minimum release age. Basically, the idea is just, it's very common in other package managers too now, that you just have a period of waiting between when something is released and until you install it, so that all these automated tools that are analyzing packages have a chance to do so and have a chance to pull malware. The problem that we have right now is that the metadata on packages.org, it can still be controlled by an attacker, because it's all based on pulling data in from Git. Historically, like the date time for a release of a version is pulled from that Git tag. But you can, of course, force push to a GitHub repository a date time that is a year in the past. And so until we have fixed that part on packages.org and changed how the publication process there works to allow us to do that, We don't want to provide this minimum release age option, which would technically be circumvented very trivially, and then kind of give people this false sense of security that's not actually there. It actually recently came out that Dependabot does very much that thing, where you can specify a cooldown in Dependabot, but the cooldown is based on data that attackers can control, so it does not actually protect you. So if you currently think that Dependabot is safe because you configured a cooldown, do revisit that decision and kind of think about how that's coming about. So minimum release age or cooldown, whatever you want to call it, is coming. We're just not quite there yet because we do have to make those changes on the infrastructure side on packages.org first for this to actually make sense. I mentioned the source fallback mechanism, and here's like an example of what you'll actually find if you look at the log file. So in the log file for most packages, you will find a source and a dist reference. The dist is kind of the artifact, the zip version, the quick to download version of that particular instance, and source gives you where does the Git repository for this package live. And then they'll both have a reference for that particular commit. And historically, Composer was more thinking about availability. So if the zip download would, for any reason, error, it would just go back to the source download. But now if we have a mechanism where we want to disable the download for a particular zip file because we determine there's malware in there, and Composer then just goes back to the Git repository and pulls it anyway, obviously that's circumventing anything we can do on the artifact. And so this is now just disabled. You can, of course, still install from source with Composer. If that's something you intentionally do and you want to do that from the source repository, you just have to pick whether you want the dist artifact mechanism or the source mechanism. And so, yeah, by default in 2.10, it's disabled, but there is still a flag to turn it back on if somehow you have some kind of process that depends on this fallback mechanism. There is a GitHub issue I'm referencing here that some people have reported such situations in. So far, we've always been able to explain to them that there's a different way of configuring the same workflow, and then it works fine. But yeah, please do report there if you have some particular workflow that we have just not seen before. People do tend to come up with very creative solutions to problems we didn't think were problems. So yeah, before we remove the setting entirely, please let us know if you do rely on it. And yeah, similar to before with private packages, you can also just strip source URLs entirely from all third-party mirrored packages, meaning if you, as an organization, you want to make sure that nobody ever falls back to source installs, you can just strip the whole thing. And then you no longer have to rely on people updating to Composer 2.10 in your company, and you just get this behavior. I mentioned stable versions are now immutable, and here's a screenshot from our transparency log that actually records now version reference change blocked. This is just a random sample I took, and it's just a couple minutes, and it's like they're just rolling in. So many people retag. We've been telling people for years, do not change Git tags. It's a really bad practice, because by the time that, like, people often do this because they think, oh, I pushed out a mistake in my release and it's only been out for like 3 minutes and I noticed. I'm going to quickly fix it and I'm going to just change the tag and nobody will notice. But the reality is so many automatic systems react immediately that once you've pushed the tag, it's out there. And the only thing you're doing by retagging is you're not helping anybody. You're just making it extremely confusing, because now no user can understand or know whether they had the original broken version or the new fixed version. And also, if you're doing that, you break their trust, because now they will just install the thing thinking they get the same thing, but they get slightly modified behavior, and they don't necessarily know how and why this behavior was changed. And you'd want to review like a changelog and see, hey, what bug fixes are there actually? And this weird bug fix just showed up from like in the same version, which just depending on which server you ran the Composer install on at what time is different. So just don't retag. And packages.org now just rejects these. So like the versions on packages.org remain stable, and you can't do this on packages anymore. Of course, this is not true for dev versions that track branches, because those are by intention, like very intentionally mutable. Because if I have like a dev my feature package and it references a Git branch, then of course that thing needs to move. But for any stable version, you can't change them anymore. And it is all logged in the transparency log for reference. We want to implement stage publishing for releases, meaning we want to first, we don't want to change the mechanism at the first stage. So we'll still pull from a GitHub repository, and then it'll simply not show up as a version for the first step. And then we want to have verification steps. So that means we can have an MFA acceptance step. We can wait for something like Aikido to actually scan the package. And then once all the verifications that you have configured or that we have configured are completed, we will actually publish the version and make it available for installation with Composer. This is something that NPM actually just shipped, I think 2 weeks ago, staged publishing, because they similarly had this problem that because so many people managed to take over GitHub Actions and just do releases from there, even though they implemented OIDC and built attestations, that they still want to have this additional factor to releases. Yeah, it's also tricky because, of course, we still want to have dev versions that we just talked about, that immutable branches that change all the time, that can't go through this flow because that wouldn't work. And so, like, figuring out the exact boundaries on this and security mechanisms is still a bit of work. And yeah, we talked about MFA already. I think that's one of the steps where we're a bit behind the others. I think partially because it didn't matter so much. Like, the access to packages.org doesn't get you much. You can change the URL for a package, but that's blocked if you have more than 50,000 installs on your package. And so then there's really nothing you can do with that account. But if we start doing things like verifying releases with MFA through packages.org accounts, then we really have to work on that. So yeah, we're trying to push forward a timeline on making MFA required, of publishing it on Transparency Log, and really making that public information, I think, is important, so that you can really take a look at, do the maintainers of the libraries I depend on actually have secure practices, or do I want to reevaluate if I even want to use that package? And we have had cases a few years ago already of maintainers of a Doctrine package, I think, having their account taken over because they hadn't logged in years, and they had a really old password that was leaked in some database somewhere, and they never set up MFA. And so that kind of thing really needs to be protected. So if you do maintain anything on packages.org and you don't have MFA configured yet, do it now. Like, just basically leave this open in another tab, go fix it, and come back. Then we're working on organizational package ownership, just to allow people to manage large groups of packages more effectively than that is the case today. To manage a whole, like we talked about Symfony earlier with their 300 packages, having some controls where you can change the maintainers of those 300 packages without having to click through this in the UI 300 times. It's funded by the Sovereign Tech Agency, again, by the PHP Foundation. And it is also a basis for a lot of other things on the roadmap. So, for example, how would you do the multi-stage release process with MFA if you have to do this individually for 300 packages? Of course, you need some kind of like, okay, I'm bulk releasing things here, and I need to just verify this once. We want to, like I mentioned, start hosting the immutable artifacts on packages.org itself. So that means we want to generate the zip files once. We want to store them on packages.org. And initially, we were a bit worried about doing this before we've implemented other mechanisms, so like built attestations, trusted publishing. But I think we're at a point where the benefit of having, well, if they're immutable and we have the transparency log and we get other people to follow that, then if we don't allow people to upload anything to packages.org, we're still pulling it from the underlying source repository. The immutability of the artifact itself is going to gain us so much more that we might start doing that sooner than we implement the rest of this. And yeah, so that's, I think, where we're coming around a bit to maybe changing the timeline and order of these projects a bit. But we will not allow uploads until we have a mechanism where basically we don't become a potential problem in the chain. Because if we were to allow people to upload packages to packages.org, anybody who could access packages.org can manipulate these files, and there's no other mechanisms to verify that we haven't tampered with them. So that's something a situation we don't want to be in. And that's something that others like NPM and PyPI have been fighting to get away from for years. So we don't want to get ourselves into that problem. So as long as we can do that with the necessary security precautions, we'd like to go there eventually. So yeah, the other parts to that are, and I've mentioned this a couple of times now without really explaining what it is, built provenance and verification. There's a SALSA standard for provenance, meaning it's basically a description of the environment in which an artifact is built. So you can easily generate this on GitHub Actions, where you basically get a list of like, okay, this is the GitHub action with the following workflow name in this repository on GitHub, and I got the GitHub OIDC provider to verify that like I am actually that workflow right now. And I get metadata over like, okay, what are the containers that I'm running this on? And then this is all signed with a temporary identity provided by GitHub to the GitHub action. And then later on, if you're using Composer client-side, you can install the package and it can verify that this thing was actually built from the, like on a GitHub action, the zip file was generated from the actual source code in that particular GitHub repository, and it was signed at the time by that GitHub action. And it wasn't produced on some attacker's local machine and then pushed to our servers using some token that they've compromised. So that's a bit the gist of what build provenance is all about, is, you know, verifiable way of telling, okay, where did this artifact come from and how was it built? And so the 210, like Composer 210 policy framework kind of already tries to go in this direction, building up the setup to allow us to add such configuration because it's more flexible. We can add more types of policies. And so this is already in preparation of this future work. And there are a couple of standards this targets, but the OpenSSF and Salsa, you can look at these if you're a bit more interested in details. I'm not going to go to that, but this is long-term work. NPM already shipped signed provenance in 23 and PyPI attestations in 24, which were the things that I mentioned in the first slide, kind of shifting a bit their security model to similar to what we have today. But if we do want to go the other way around now, we also need to implement these. And yeah, it goes together with trusted publishing, which is just this mechanism of like, how do you actually upload an artifact to the repository? And you don't do that with some long-lived API token or something of the sort that could get leaked, that could get stolen, but you do it by configuring on both sides the identity of the corresponding service so that GitHub knows about packages.org and packages.org knows about the GitHub action, and they basically just talk to each other, exchange short-lived temporary tokens. And then you can upload the file temporarily just for that one package that is tied to that one particular GitHub action. And that way, there's just nothing you can leak or lose. Like, you just don't have a credential in the first place. And this has already been, again, adopted in a bunch of other places like PyPI, RubyGems, Crates.io, NuGet, etc. And if we do want to allow uploads to packages.org, that's something we're going to have to build. And that will allow us to keep the same strong like source code artifact tie that we have today, despite allowing the uploads. Yeah, I mentioned this a couple times throughout the talk, but basically we're also simultaneously working on private packages, just being the tool that we offer to kind of take this further than we can with the open source project, because obviously the open source tool is like a CLI, and then we have the free service. But then as a business, you really should have kind of an internal package registry that's mirroring these and that's sitting in between your individual end users and the registry. And so that's what private packages does. There are alternatives, but I think is that the thing that's funding Composer and packages development? We're trying to make sure that this all lines up with things that we can offer there. And that's, what we have today is we can disable the dist mirroring fallback for third-party repositories, the source fallback that I mentioned earlier, by just stripping source URL. So this also works even on all older Composer versions. You have a mechanism now to require everybody in your company to use an up-to-date Composer version. So it simply rejects requests that come from older Composer versions, so that you basically force a random AI agent that just decides to install something to also use a current version of Composer. And then even the malware blocking, et cetera, that's only shipped in Composer 210 will just happen on this repository side. And so then you can configure how you want that to behave, and then the clients are all safe. And what we're still shipping this week is a plugin allow list. So that's something Composer allows, where you can configure which plugins are actually allowed to execute code at install time of Composer. And we'll make it so that you can do this on the repository side, and again, independent of the individual configuration in a project and not overridable. So yeah, I think this is really, from our perspective, the way that you should use Composer and packages in any business environment. But yeah, let's talk about, on the flip side, because I already mentioned that we're funding packages Composer development. Let's talk a bit about the infrastructure of packages. And here's some numbers, stats. So we're hosting 450,000 packages. There's 4 billion installs a month. That means there's about 4,800 requests a second on average, right? There's like peaks that are significantly higher than this. And we transfer about 50 terabytes of data a month. And you got to keep in mind, this is just for the metadata, right? We're not actually hosting any of the artifacts. This is just the JSON metadata, and most of this is like 304s, not modified HTTP responses. We definitely noticed growth since earlier this year. I do think that AI is a bit of a driver in this, without being really certain or being able to say that for sure. We swapped out the CDN last summer. We use Bunny's CDN now instead of like kind of this homegrown multi-region OVH setup we built ourselves over the years. Because back when we started on this like 10 years ago, it was still a bit more tricky to have something that changes this much on a CDN, because like we said, we talked about the dev branches, dev versions tracking branches that change, very mutable, change very frequently. And back then it was kind of difficult to do that on a CDN. That's super easy today. And so we finally made the switch last year. And we already planned for distributing the artifacts, but we'll obviously significantly change the math here on the bandwidth requirements. And at the core of this is AWS. We use EC2, RDS, Elasticache, Redis. There's like a little redundant setup that handles all the GitHub webhooks we get, pulls the data in, generates the metadata that then gets pushed out to the CDN. Mostly it's interacting with GitHub, like I mentioned a few times already. And we'd really love to invest more in like the hardening of the security and this infrastructure. I mean, we do some of that, but there's definitely a lot more that we could do. The last third-party infrastructure audit happened 2 years ago now, funded by Alpha Omega at the Linux Foundation, and that's definitely something we'd also like to do on a regular basis, which takes us a bit to the financial side of all of this. And so I think our current math is that this year we're probably going to spend about $1 million or slightly over $1 million to just kind of run what's there and to kind of do what we're doing and maintain it all. And what's important is also to understand that this is to a large part to pay staff. Like infrastructure makes up maybe a third of that. But the thing is, we were just talking about like having to deal with malware in the middle of the night, having to keep a service up 24/7 that everybody relies on. And like we want to make MFA mandatory. You know how many people forget their MFA token on a given day already? And so the costs here are going to definitely increase mostly on the staffing side. And that's not something we can fix by getting more free servers offered by various infrastructure companies in the PHP space. That's something we need more financial support for in terms of actual finances. And so we're launching a new formalized sponsorship program later this month. And yeah, if you are working for a company that can help us fund some of this work and that can actually help us get to the 1.3 million we've listed here to really implement a lot of what we talked about on the road ahead, instead of just a few small bits and pieces, which would require us to even get more staff, to have more maybe freelancers help without some of those work on short notice, then please contact us. Please help us sponsor this work. And at the same time, there is a cross-ecosystem movement through the OpenSSF, where we've published 2 joint letters with other package registries that all face similar sustainability problems, where we're basically trying to explain that we will have to make sure that every large corporate user, consumer of these registries financially participates in their operation. And so we will try to find ways to really reach out to more people to, in a sense, kind of encourage, if not to say force, more people to actually financially participate in that. But for the moment, it would just already help us a lot if we got a few more sponsors on board. So yeah, really hoping that some people will also just reach out from their side who we haven't thought about yet. So yeah, leaving with that, just what can you do today? If you maintain packages, enable MFA, move off shared accounts, we're gonna do those organizational controls, already start setting up new user accounts, upgrade Composer 2.10, of course, and please install Sysmore in all GitHub Actions so that you have control over the security of your GitHub Actions. If you, if you're a business, if you depend on Composer and packages, if you ship an SDK for your paid SaaS or run an open core business on packages that we distribute for you, sponsor us. And if you consume from packages.org, ease the load on our free service by actually having implemented caching correctly on your CI, by using an internal private Composer repository like private packages. And yeah, again, upgrade to Composer 2.10 and don't use old versions that cause a lot more strain on our infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nils. That was absolutely fantastic. Everyone clapping for Nils. I loved it. And, in behalf of the entire PHP ecosystem, I just want to say thank you. And I think everyone at home agrees with this. Like, I actually feel hope for the future just because we have people very mindful about security in the PHP ecosystem.
And I want to add to that, what I really appreciated over the past few weeks is how transparent Packages was communicating about all of this. And that's just, I mean, of course we're dealing with new things and some things went wrong, but it's just we're in this together and working towards a solution together, and that's really great. So I really appreciate that communication. You mentioned that would have been a problem in the past, like not being super clear about what was going on in this area, but now I feel like, wow.
I think there's 2 parts of that. Like one is I'm also super happy on the other side with the reaction of the PHP ecosystem that are just kind of happily communicating with us about these issues, and they're not being aggressive towards us, but actually very helpful. So that's kind of nice to experience. And then the other part is more that our assumption over the last 2-3 years that we've really been looking at this and already working on some of the underlying parts was always that people don't really seem to care. And so we didn't communicate as much about it as we have recently, just because people didn't seem that interested. It wasn't that we wouldn't want to. It's just more of a, I guess, it's like a niche interest, and it changed very much from a niche interest to like everybody has this on their minds. And I think that's actually a good thing that we've gotten to this point where it's not just a few security experts in the PHP field, but it's actually something that everybody is thinking about and is making decisions about. And I'm really glad that that's happening.
100%. And I was just walking through the chat while you were speaking, and the entire community was saying how awesome Composer is. So, by the way, chat, everyone typing W Composer just because of that. I think everyone loves Composer at this moment. And I want to make you a quick question on this topic. You mentioned Composer 2.10 as being a big release in terms of security. For those who are a little bit distracted, how they can have this latest version locally?
You just run Composer self-update.
Dash self-update, right? Oh,
just Composer space self-update.
Self-update.
Or even no dash. Like, there's like 5 different aliases. So you're like, no matter how you type it, it'll be right.
Okay, you also mentioned something really interesting. I actually got shocked. And let me know if I'm incorrect here, but you mentioned something like 5K requests per second. Is that right?
That's right.
That's insane. So for those who are not actually companies, but individuals who wish to contribute financially to the Composer and Packages project, how can they do it? Do you have something like GitHub sponsors?
We do, but honestly, if you want to contribute as an individual, I think there's greater places. I think the PHP Foundation with their open collective setup, that's a great place to help sponsor as an individual. I think we're really focused on like packages should be free for the individual freelance users, etc. Like what we care about is the large corporate users that are making millions or even billions in profits on top of the PHP ecosystem and very much rely on our service being available, and they should very much contribute to the infrastructure and our operation of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Niels, thank you so much. Everyone clapping for Niels, please.
Thank you.
I'm still a little baffled just by the numbers. Thank you, Niels. Yeah, you can go to your seat. Before we have our next speaker, I want to take a short moment for a couple of important announcements.
Very important announcement.
Yeah. There was the surprise thingy that's coming now. Well, in 2 minutes, because first I really want to thank a couple of our sponsors today. We reached out to a lot of companies within the PHP community, not asking for their financial support for PHPverse, but to help spread the word, because that's our goal, to have as many people be part of this. Because as you've noticed up until now, some really great topics that really are super good to know just as a PHP developer, even if you're not a WordPress developer, even, who's not using Compose? Well, yeah. Oh, maybe, but super relevant for everyone. So I want to thank the sponsors of today. Their logos will be down here. There are quite a lot. Super grateful to all these companies who helped us spread the word. While we're looping through all of these, I do want to mention one sponsor in particular who is financing all of this. That's JetBrains and PHP Storm. And if you are in the possibility, if you are watching right now, maybe in the background, now is definitely a good time to come back, because we're doing that surprise in a second. But before we do that, I would super much appreciate it if you just go on the social media, write a small thank you at PHP Storm, hashtag for hashtag PHPverse, something like that. If you could do that, that would be super appreciated.
And I would just add that by doing that, you are actually eligible to win this beautiful PHP Lego elephant. So please do that. We received a couple of questions regarding the elephants and how can you win them. Doing social media posts is one of them. And obviously, every time you make a question to a speaker, you are equally eligible to win a Lego elephant. And the third way is actually during all the talks, there will be random elephants appearing on screen. If you screenshot them and you're publishing them in our Discord channel under the elephant room, you will be equally eligible to win an elephant.
It's so cool to see how many people are screenshotting the elephants.
A lot of screenshots, a lot of people interacting on a YouTube chat, but also on a Discord chat.
Like the more elephants we're giving away, the more I'm thinking like this is going to be a logistical nightmare to get it to everyone. I have some talented colleagues who will help with that. So, but yeah, super cool to. What's this for a screenshot?
Well, there is an elephant on it if you think about it. So
I think it's time for that big surprise.
I think it is.
I'm not going to explain anything about it. We'll do it afterwards. But first, I want to say, watch with me as we roll the tape.
All good?
You know, PHP was a templating engine to start with. And somehow people liked it so much that they basically forced it to evolve into something it was never meant to be.
You just need a text editor. You put .php on the end of the file. You can upload the file to almost any web host and they will run it. PHP had developed a little bit of a reputation for, unmaintainable spaghetti code, let's say.
A lot of people were super vocal about PHP being super bad. I'm not even trying to steal the case nowadays.
Most people that criticize PHP had a bad experience with PHP maybe 20 years ago.
There is always a very controversial discussion. Some people call it turning PHP into Java.
I think Laravel came out at a really great time in PHP's history.
Symfony became the standard library of PHP.
Millions of developers, thousands or hundreds of thousands of businesses using PHP and building their businesses on top of PHP.
A lot of governments around the world run PHP software.
Billions of money.
The hardest problems are the social ones, especially between the pragmatic and the strict camp.
So there is kind of a competition between Laravel and Symfony. If you're asking me if Laravel is a competitor for Symfony, I would say...
Oh, it's a good question.
I'm trying to reconcile those positions and leads to very heated debates. The internals list has been called a toxic kindergarten in the past and some even less nice things.
When we started out with Composer, we were really just trying to solve the problems of our PHPBB and Symfony projects. Then it very quickly became a tool and it got picked up at a speed way faster than we had expected.
Developers love speed, and the faster the language gets, I think is always good.
We see the statistics, contributions from the community also grew.
And that was a really mind-blowing moment to me.
Most concerned about the language essentially slowly dying out.
But we'll have to see.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what we're doing for the rest of the year.
My God, I'm having chills literally just by watching this trailer. Is just so good.
Oh man, we're working together with Cult Repo, who have been making a lot of tech documentaries, and we really want to make something about PHP that just highlights the same things we're doing today. What an awesome community it is. What an amazing language. What an amazing ecosystem. And just we want to highlight PHP to its fullest. And so we're working very hard on that. Actually, most of the recording is done already. So we're into the post-production phase. And we're releasing, well, the documentary will release on the Cult Repo channel. You can search them on Google, but don't leave the live stream now. Don't go watch other documentaries. Stay here. You can find them on YouTube, and of course we will write and share about it when it's all published and done. But I'm so looking forward to this.
PHP deserves this. PHP deserves documentaries like this, deserves more studio productions like this one we are having today. It's such a great language, and I'm just watching the chat here at the minute as we speak, and we see people telling that this is absolute cinema, so good, goosebumps. People super excited. A lot of WPHP, and I would advise you to just all of you post WPHP on the chat, either on the YouTube chat, but also on the Discord Mingle channel, because PHP deserves this. More documentaries like this, and more stuff like this.
It's so cool.
It is so cool.
We'll keep you posted. I'm not gonna promise any deadlines and release dates, but it's coming, and we're so looking forward to it, folks. We are going to our next speaker, which is kind of a little bit different, because last year we had Jeffrey Way from Laracasts with us. We invited him back because he was telling a story, and last year we told him, like, we want to hear your follow-up thoughts a year from now. Jeffrey couldn't make it today. He couldn't call in either because he has some family occupation thingy going on, which is totally fine. So we asked Jeffrey to pre-record his talk. You can still leave your questions in Discord. We will make sure they get to Jeffrey, but it will be with a bit of a delay. Jeffrey is talking about AI, follow-up thoughts on last year's panel. And well, I've seen his talk already. It's pretty good.
I want to just add that for those who don't know, I'm actually a big fan of Laracas, and everything I know about PHP, about Laravel, about React front-end development, it was learned through laracas.com, through Jeffrey Way, which is, in my opinion, one of the best teachers in the industry. So super happy to have Jeffrey with us today.
I would say, just like with the teaser trailer thingy, we're gonna roll the tape and enjoy.
Enjoy.
All right, I want to talk about something that I genuinely don't have a tidy answer for. What does AI actually mean for people like you and me? Web developers. The folks who, depending upon which Twitter thread you read or you last read, are either about to be unstoppable or unemployed. So this is a retrospective, I think. Where were we? What happened? Where are we going? And what can you expect to encounter along the way? I hope you enjoy it. But first, of course, hi, everybody. Obligatory intro. My name's Jeffrey Way. I am the owner of an educational platform called Laracas.com, which has been around since 2013, in fact. We're going to be celebrating our 13-year anniversary this year, in fact, which is wild. I got my feet wet with PHP 4, and I still unapologetically love it to this day, and that's why I'm speaking here. Additionally, I have no less than 5 side projects at varying stages of development, and I bet you do too. In this era of AI we all find ourselves in. We're going to talk about that more in just a little bit. All right, let's go. Let's begin with a short retrospective. So we're going to rewind the clock 3, 4, 5, 6 months to December 2025. I think when we look back, and I've said this before, I think when we look back, we are going to assign December 2025 as the moment, the month when the ground shifted. Everything changed. Something clicked. You could feel it on social media. And I'm not saying the ground shifted for everybody, of course. The barista who made my coffee earlier this morning did not have a transformational December. At least I don't expect. But yeah, again, for you and me, for web developers, you could just feel it. Something changed that month. And here's what I think happened. In early 2025, I think the consensus was, look, AI is like autocompletion on steroids, right? It's the next stage of autocompletion. Remember that short 3-month window when you'd hit tab to autocomplete, and now you have multi-line AI-backed completion, which was very cool, super useful, but by no means is it going to take your job. No, not at all. So it was great. But now if we fast forward to late 2025, and more specifically mid-December 2025, things were a little bit different, right? Many of us had some downtime. We had our holiday break. We weren't working as much. And we thought, okay, I'm going to take a look at this. So we sat down to check on the state of things. We kept hearing this term, agentic coding. In early 2025, agentic coding was sort of reserved for like the Silicon Valley execs. For the rest of us, it kind of triggered an eye roll, if you can remember. But yeah, at this point, it's trickled down. We keep hearing it. We can't ignore it. Let's figure out what this even means. So we sat down, we abandoned our families during the holiday break just for a little bit of time. That's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. We rolled up our sleeves and we took a look. Let's see what these agents can do. Is it ready for prime time or not? And I think it turned out that, yeah, it is. Maybe to our slight dismay, we came to the conclusion, oh, okay. All right, things have changed. This is ready for prime time. Oof. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So yeah, like for me, December was this period that screamed, yo, things are different, right? Maybe the era of writing these semicolons one at a time is officially over, or at least nearing its end. And look, My identity isn't guy who writes semicolons, and neither is yours, but still, change is scary. It affects our careers. It affects your livelihoods. It's exciting, but it's also scary. It's both, is what I'm trying to say here. And what I've noticed is that in times like these, people tend to separate into two groups. It almost always turns out this way. So looking at this slide, you can see here that you have Camp 1. I call these the embracers. The early adopters. Consider the possibilities, they might say. I built a side project in a weekend that would have taken me 6 months. Vibe coding is the future, they might say. And honestly, I think some of what they say is true, you know? I take issue with a couple points, but the excitement is contagious, and I do love that component. Okay, so that's Camp 1. What about Camp 2? Camp 2 I call the skeptics. They take a slightly different view, and they're a little bit more suspicious, I think. They might phrase it, look, I didn't dedicate the last 2 decades or 3 decades of my life only to hand off my decision-making to a model that hallucinates APIs and frequently lies to me. And honestly, fair point. There's some truth to that too. So yeah, I think like many things, I've learned this in my life, like many things, both sides have a valid point. So is there, let's figure this out, is there a future where we all go back to writing every single semicolon by hand, one at a time? In the aggregate, no. I think that ship has sailed. But also on the flip side, are you okay with your bank, for example, vibe coding the software that is responsible for your next balance transfer? And I think you would agree with me right now in 2026, the answer is no. No, I'm not okay with that. So we're in an interesting period, right? We're in an interesting period where we're relearning that semicolons were, of course, never the goal or the point of our job, obviously. But also left unsupervised, right now a vibe-coded app is always going to deteriorate, if I can say that word properly. So what do we do? You know, knowing that, what do we do? Where do we go from here? And I have a trilogy for you, if you'll bear with me. We're going to talk about 3 worries, 3 wins, and 3 realities I think we have to contend with. So let's get going. Worry number 1. This is the root of our insecurity, I think. Are we all months away from losing our jobs? That's the big question. And the answer is maybe, but almost certainly not. Surely not. And I've been hearing it endlessly for the last 2 years. We keep hearing that in 6 months, ... you better find a new job, right? And then 6 months comes and you hear it again. Well, in 6 more months, ... So I think it turns out that yet again, syntax and the semicolons were just a small piece of the puzzle, and we do have value at the end of the day. And that's what we're seeing. And to solve that larger puzzle requires something immensely important that maybe we don't talk about much. Interest. Such a subtle thing, but it's wildly important when you think about it. It's an essential ingredient. It doesn't matter that it's now easier to get something done or to get something on the page. To be frank, it's still a crap load of work to build a real application. And we are all individually relearning that fact with every side project we work on, I think. Even those of us who work in the industry every single day struggle with this fact. So is there a worry that your non-programmer cousin's going to blow right by you and build the next great SaaS or app? I don't actually think so. All right, quick story. Let me tell you something. One of my current side projects is this platform called Rosette. It is for classically trained musicians to practice and organize their sheet music, plan programs, yada, yada. It's super specific and esoteric. It'll have 5 users, with me being the most important one, and that's great. Anyways, the point is this. If we are months away from losing our jobs to AI, I legitimately have no idea how apps are going to get built going forward, because even something as simple as this has literally required hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of commits on my part. As it turns out, there's just endless bugs and roadblocks and course corrections and API integrations that you got to figure out. It is unfathomable amount of work, I would say. So yeah, the definition of a web developer may be changing. It may be moving away from code slinger. That's true. I think that's probably accurate. But it's still a career that requires endless amounts of expertise and know-how and judgment and interest. So yes, TLDR, shocker here, it is a massive amount of work to build, iterate, and deploy an application. And that should fill you with comfort, I think. All right, so let's talk about that for a minute, actually. Let's address the social media influencer in the room. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. The ones who repeatedly promote this idea of a one-prompt app that they built in 10 minutes. Usually on YouTube or X, there's a thumbnail attached to their post. In the thumbnail, their mouth is agape. It's obnoxious, right? And even more obnoxious when you realize that they're quite effective, and that's why they do those thumbnails. But you know what? Whenever I see that, I always think to myself, okay, great. You vibe coded like a marketing page in 10 minutes. You didn't vibe code the app. You vibe coded the landing page for the app, and then you passed it off as some complete project, and then you posted about it. Neat. Next up, why don't you just do these things? Spend the next month fine-tuning it and tweaking every line of the copy. Next up, hook up an email delivery service. Which one are you going to pick? How do you know which one to pick? Next up, debug why your AI agent swears it's working, but your email blast silently never sends. And it turns out it's not working at all. Next up, learn how to wire the whole thing up to an actual domain. Have you figured all that DNS stuff out? Next up, figure out why production behaves nothing like it did when you were testing locally. And this just represents like a tiny fraction. I could keep this bulleted list going, or this numbered list going, for hundreds of items that encompass all of the things we do from day to day. All right, worry number 2. Will we automate ourselves into irrelevance? And this is the atrophy worry. If I stop typing each semicolon to continue with our semicolon motif, will I forget where they go? Will I forget how to build a domain model? Will I forget how to debug an app entirely? And this is a real concern, I think. And the answer, again, is maybe. And in some areas, some aspects, I think the answer is a flat-out yes, absolutely. Look, if you don't work the muscle gets smaller. This is just the plain truth. But like anything, really, we can use AI to make ourselves better, or we can use AI to make ourselves worse and dumber. And we get to pick. And this is a really important thing to be aware of. Am I going to leverage it to improve myself, or am I going to leverage it to go quicker? And I will slowly worsen as a person and as a developer, I think. All right, let's move on to worry number 3. And this is one that haunts me just a little bit. Do we end up as symbolic project managers who aren't really managing anything? Oof. People with the title developer, but they're not really making the decisions anymore. They're just clicking accept whenever prompted, right? The answer is, again, maybe. For some of us, again, probably yes. And you know what? You won't even realize it. Suddenly you just realize that you've taken a back seat. Every time your agent prompts you, you've seen this before. It'll prompt you and it will make a recommendation. Do you want me to do A, B, or C? I would recommend A. And what do? You just say, okay, let's go with A. Make it so. This is an incredible worry, in my opinion. It's undeniable that our workflows are going to change. This is true. But even if you're not writing code line by line, your taste, I think, should still scream its way to the forefront. So let's stop being worry words. Let's move on to 3 wins, 3 things to be excited for. First up, build the things you'd never have made time for. This is your introduction to vibe coding, Right now, you should on the side be experimenting with all of the dumb little ideas you've had over the years. And if you cringe whenever somebody uses that term vibe coding, I would say get over it or rebrand it. Call it spike and stabilize. This is the new spike and stabilize. If that's what you want to call it, fine. Get over it. I think right now we should all be in a state of hyper experimentation and learning and tinkering. Build the weird stuff. Try the tools, break things, learn the vocabulary, learn to spot the cracks and shortcomings in each model. That's our job. As an example, in the last few months, I have built a workout app that is perfectly tuned to kind of how I like to do things. This is a new kind of personal software that we're learning about, which I think is especially cool. I've also built a financial tracking app that pulls in all of my data from 20 different sources. Very complicated. I'm not sure I could do that on my own, but I made that app. That's very cool. And then I also have that sheet music app called Rosette that we'll be releasing this month. What are you working on, right? Just pick a few things and work on them. I think the people who come out of this era ahead are going to be the ones who are experimenting and figuring out what's possible right now. All right, win number 2, build the things you're not capable of. Yeah, we just talked about this a little bit. I got a little ahead of myself, and that's okay. We can now build the things that you flat out were not capable of building 2 years ago. And further, this is really important, I think. I'm trying to remind myself of it every week, in fact. Be more ambitious. The restraints have been lifted. You're no longer handcuffed by your limited skill set. For example, next month, I'm going to publish an Android app to the App Store. And I want to be very, very clear here. I have no idea right now how to build an Android app, but next month, I'm going to publish an Android app. That is wild and simply was not possible again 2 years ago. And this is a key lesson, I think. If your pre-programmer identity a few years ago was like the PHP guy or the code monkey or the testing evangelist or any other kind of fill-in-the-blank identity, I think it's almost certainly time for a rebrand. Myself, I think I'm traditionally seen as like the Laracast, Laravel video teacher guy or the PHP teacher guy. I can tell you right now, those are not the labels that I assigned myself at this point. They are tools I enjoy and love and will often reach for, but that's it. At this point, the guardrails are off, and if the next project I work on requires Go or something like that, then that's going to be the tool that I choose. Here's another example. A month or so ago, we published the first Laracast app to the Apple App Store. And you have a lot of choices, right? I love JavaScript. Did I go with React and Expo? No. I really love, of course, PHP. Did I go with native PHP for that? Again, no. We made it as a native Swift app. And once again, this is a decision I never would have made 3 years ago. But today, we're working on a Swift app. It's shocking when you really think about it. So in summation, build the things that you're not qualified to build. All right, win number 3, eliminate the work you've always hated. This is a big one. Dial in on the parts you love. So I'm trying to remind myself that AI doesn't mean I have to stop working on the things I love. I don't know why I need a reminder for that, but seemingly I do. Knowing that AI can do something very quickly that would take you a long period of time, in a weird way, de-incentivizes you, if that's the proper word there. But yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. Instead, let's get rid of all the things you hate or dislike or are not good at, and instead focus even more on the aspects that you do enjoy. So if you hate CSS, cool, stop writing it. You can be done with that. Do you struggle with, I don't know, CLI scripts? Fine, your agent can do it. Do you despise dealing with Git merge conflicts? I do. I'm done with that. What else? Do you love figuring out domains and APIs and what do you name this and what do you name that? If so, keep doing that and then offload everything else. So optimize all of your workflow to allow you to continue doing the parts that you especially enjoy. Keep doing what you love, in summation. Snapshot that. All right, last part, and then I'm going to let you go. 3 realities that I think we all need to contend with. First up, rethink rethink your systems. All of us, I think, are collectively coming to terms with this. What does a 6-week sprint actually mean now? Because 4 years ago, it meant something very, very different than it does now when, of course, you can go significantly faster. Next, what's a commit worth when, if you're not careful, an agent will spit out these 100-file diffs in an hour, and you're moving at lightning fast speeds that you forget to stop and review and commit. What does that workflow look like going forward? Is GitHub still useful in your workflow? How do you keep from going too fast and then losing control, like we just talked about? How do you deal with the fact that, and we've all experienced this, for some coding sessions, your agent is brilliant. It's a genius. It's wildly impressive, right? It's exactly what you would have done in the best possible situation. And then in the very next session, maybe the next day, it's the complete opposite. It's like a mindless fool. You review some of the code it writes, and it is quite literally garbage. And by the way, if you're not looking at that code, then that means you are committing the good parts of AI and the bad parts of AI. And again, these are systems that need to be updated so that we can deal with it. Okay. Speaking of systems, a couple more specifics. We should absolutely, I think, pull in existing third-party and battle-tested skills from sites like skills.sh. Lots of communities have their own equivalent at this point, but I like skills.sh. And of course, you should create your own. So skills, I think, are one of the gold gems that have come from this new era, so to speak. I love the idea that it's almost like Wikipedia for programming best practices, right? Do you need favicons for your site? Do you remember which ones you need? No, you don't. Of course you don't, and I don't either. Instead, there is an existing skill you could pull in that will do all of that on the fly for you. You know, that's the sort of knowledge that I am more than happy to offload to an agent. On the other hand, if you have some kind of process at your company that is very unique to your workflow, then of course you should create a skill as your way of saying, this is how we do things in these parts, soldier. And then you review it. It's great. So yeah, skills, if you have not, you've almost certainly played around with these, but if you have not, do so now. Things are moving so quickly, and this is one that I think almost certainly is here to stay. So yeah, I think we're going to find that there are a whole set of new best practices related to working with an agent. And if that's the case, what does it mean for the old best practices that were optimized for humans? Do those stay, or do they need to be brought back to the table? And I think the answer is everything is back on the table now. In my day-to-day work, I'm always trying to figure out, like, okay, what is every accepted good practice whose primary function is making things easier for me as a human to coordinate? Because now it may not be the human doing that specific work. And if that's the case, maybe we don't need that anymore. Maybe there's a different way that would be more beneficial, quicker, fewer tokens, yada, yada. Okay, the next reality we have to contend with. Figure out why your projects remain unfinished. And this one is like a gut punch. I know you feel personally attacked. You're not attacked because I feel it too. Why are these side projects still not being completed? We have an agent that can do all of the work for us. It can do it in 10 minutes, according to the social media influencers. So why are our projects incomplete and never deployed? It's a tough question, right? Here's my challenge for you. Force yourself to pick one of the side projects that you started and then you fell off of and push it out to production. I think we should do this not because whatever your side project idea was good or needs to be completed. I think you do it as an exercise to remind ourselves that this is the entire point. I almost imagine that agents are sort of like the programming equivalent to swiping through shorts on YouTube, right? It's so easy to just whip up a new one. It's so easy to lose interest after 10 seconds and then move on to the next thing. And that is a superpower that web developers have traditionally had over the years that I can feel us losing a little bit. So I feel like as an experiment, as an exercise, as a strength training exercise, we need to force ourselves to deploy these things. I think a clear differentiator going forward will be which types of people can actually complete a project and which types of people lose focus and move on to the next thing and never actually push anything out to the world. Force yourself to finish the current thing. All right, the last reality I have for you is one you likely have felt many times. The temptation to withdraw is incredibly strong. And I know you know what I'm referring to here. When building something with agents, there's sometimes an overwhelming pull to just let go. You find yourself releasing, right? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Withdraw, let go, releasing. Like we discussed earlier, it starts with the agent giving you a few choices, right? Here's some options for how we can go forward, and here's the one I'd recommend. And then because you're moving so quickly, you don't even have time to evaluate the situation, when instead, well, the AI is probably right, so just go with whatever it recommended. You assume it's following your guidelines. So again, you stop taking a look at the code. You stop reviewing the commits. Maybe it works on a feature and you type out the word commit to the agent, but you never actually perform a review, right? We all feel ourselves gravitating in this direction, even when we know it's not the proper path forward. It still pulls you in that direction, I think. But yeah, just as previously, as teams and as a community, we would put systems in place to ensure testability or code style adherence and things like that. I think going forward, we're now going to see a whole crop of AI-specific workflows in place that not just ensure your code works, of course, we already have that, but systems that force the human back into the loop every step of the way. Another technique that I've been seeing a lot more lately across a handful of communities is this idea of reminding yourself to build in small pieces and small chunks. And it's done in such a way that the human is brought back into the loop rather than simply serving the role of reviewing the diff. And here's what I mean. Let's say you're working on a project. You break the project into small features, which is what we've always done in the past. But now you're doing it through an agent. So you can have the agent work on, for example, the migrations for this feature. And then you're going to review the migrations in the console as it is produced. So compare that again to it works on the full feature. And then you look at this massive diff and your eyes glaze over. And then you just default to approving it, right? It's a very, very different thing when you can see the output directly in the command line. It keeps you more engaged. All right, so let's wrap things up. Again, thank you for watching. I think the bulk of this talk broke down to what happens to us web developers. What do we do? What's the value of a code slinger if there's no code to sling? But yeah, I have to remind myself, and you should remind yourselves, that the semicolons, of course, were never the point. They weren't the reason you got hired. My guess is you were hired because of good judgment, good organizational skills, the ability to break something quite complex down into small steps and then act upon each of those steps. The desire to start and complete and release a project, often for free, is probably why you were hired. But simply writing semicolons, that was never a factor. It's just something we had to do. Okay, that's it for me. My name is Jeffrey Way. Thank you so much for watching. You can find me at laracast.com, on Twitter/X. You can find me at Jeffrey_Way. And I'll see you again.
I so enjoy Jeffrey just as a talker, as a storyteller. It loops back to what Jonathan was saying previously about how important it is to not just do great things, but also be able to show them to the world in an accessible way. And I always get a smile when I see Jeffrey talking, although I might have some reservations about some of the thoughts he's sharing. I might not feel exactly the same way on some things. Nuno, I'm curious.
I have noted a lot of notes here about Jeffrey Way's talk. One of them is actually the thing he said about force yourself to deploy a project to production, because one thing is like writing a POC locally with a few agents, but then once you think about agents, payments, support tickets, emailing. When you think about all of this, you just remind yourself that maybe not everything is actually done. So I would just add that. I also would add that, I've been building projects for the last 10 years. And something I do notice, and let me know if you think this as well, is that I do feel some detachment of the craft now with agents in AI, meaning that previously, the fact that I wrote the code myself with my own hands would attach me a little bit to the project, to the way it was built. But now with AI, it just feels that I no longer belong to that craft, and as such, I don't complete the project. Do you feel that way a little bit?
Yeah, it's one of my biggest struggles.
Yeah.
To be honest. Also, well, there are some side notes to make about AI in general as well. But when it comes to on a personal level, just for me, when using AI, like that feeling of ownership kind of
100%.
fades away. And the way I try to deal with it these days is to outsource the boring parts, like the writing 50 tests when you first written, or the microphone again, when you first written the 2 or 3 as like an example for a new package I'm building, something like that. Finding bugs that I could debug myself, but it's just faster with AI. But that way, at least from my point of view, I just keep doing the things I like to do because I love writing code. I can't help
100%.
it. Some people don't really understand this when they ask about like, what are your hobbies, Brent? And well, I go to singing classes. That's one thing. But the other thing is just writing code. It's difficult for some people outside of tech to understand, but it just gives such a satisfaction that you can build something with text out of nothing to solve real world problems. I don't want to lose that.
Yeah, 100%. Building and solving problems with software, with programming was part of the joy, and hopefully we are going to bring some of that. Jeffrey Way is such a great speaker. I think everyone agrees on that. If you want to know more about Jeffrey Way, please go to laracast.com. And someone in the chat was asking about the slides. As a reminder, all of the talks will be published on PHP Annotated YouTube channel, so you can watch them later on that channel. Now,
I would suggest this is a good time. Just press subscribe.
Oh yeah,
and you'll
100%.
be notified.
Subscribe, the like button, all those cool things YouTube love. Talking about YouTube, I'm proud to announce that at peak time, we just reached 2,600 concurrent viewers watching PHP. So everyone, including the chat, just a big applause for all of this, okay?
Yeah, it's so cool.
Big numbers about PHP. We all knew how cool PHP is, but feels good to see also that on YouTube. I have a question to the chat. So everyone watching this stream right now, we talked about various frameworks already, Laravel, Symfony, WordPress. I want to know your personal opinion about these frameworks. Which one of them is your favorite? Just write on the chat either Laravel or Symfony or something else. We want to know all about that.
Tempest, anyone? I'm taking.
You can also type Tempest PHP, which is a framework Brent have built. And building your own framework, honestly, it's something that everyone should do. Now, just looking at the chat, instantly, I see a lot of Laravel, of course. We see Slim as well. We see Symfony, Tempest PHP.
Yeah,
Let's go.
1, 2, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we see everything. We see Drupal as well appearing. Cake PHP for the win. Tempest PHP as well again. WordPress, of course. Pretty much every single framework on the PHP ecosystem is being mentioned here, which is also super important to have various options. Each one of them solves its own problems, which is always something really important in the PHP ecosystem. We solve pretty much every single problem with web development, but these frameworks have their own special set of skills, which is super important. Now, today, we covered already a few of them, but I think there is one last piece of the puzzle, which is covered Drupal, this huge CMS written in PHP. And for that, we thought about inviting one of the core contributors, Mike Erchel. Please welcome Mike on stage. Please, everyone clapping. Thank you so much for joining us today. I honestly cannot wait to know what Drupal has been up to, so please, give you the honor. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I'm kind of humbled to be around like such amazing people. We all hung out last night and got to tell some stories and all that. And it just reminds me, I'm involved with Drupal so much, but like the the community and the ecosystem is so much larger, you know, between PHP and just like web in general is it's great to feel that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I'm talking about Drupal, and I'm talking about how Drupal has changed over the past couple years, and how there's some misconceptions, and how everyone should kind of check it out. So I guess I should introduce myself. I am Mike Herschel. I'm from Gainesville, Florida, where it is hot and muggy this time of year, so it's nice to kind of get out. I'm a longtime Drupal community member and core contributor. So when you install Drupal, it comes with a default theme. I am the primary dev on that. I also help bring components into Drupal core and a bunch of other things, mostly front-end related, of course. Well, not of course. I'm a developer at a great company called ECS Federal that does work for the U.S. federal government. And I'm also an owner of a company called DripYard, a co-owner of a company called DripYard that makes beautiful, accessible, flexible, best practice Drupal commercial themes that everyone should check out. And I'm an advocate of course, free open source software and the open web and everything like that, because I believe that's important for humanity. So if you've ever checked out Drupal before, it's been around for a very long time. I think it was started in something like 2001, not too long after PHP was started, and it has a reputation similar to PHP used to have a reputation, you know, back in the early days. Some of the strengths that we have is we're powerful, we've been very secure, accessible, very flexible, and we've had a wonderful, amazing community. But at the same time, we have a reputation for being complex. You know, I've heard, and I've actually referred to Drupal as a beast, you know, when you're using it. It's traditionally had a very high learning curve. There's this funny meme going around of just kind of a death cliff while you're learning Drupal, but once you get to the top, it's easy. Traditionally, Drupal hasn't had any really great page building tools, and out of the box, it hasn't had any beautiful designs. And because of all that, traditionally, it's been expensive to implement. Drupal has, in the past 10 years, we've really kind of moved toward marketing ourselves to the enterprise, you know, large educational institutions, governments, large corporations, and we've done very well at that. You can see a list of like all these famous names right here. But at the same time, we've been losing ground in the mid-market, you know, and that's important because that's where people learn about Drupal. That's where people like learn to love it, learn to hate it, learn what it's about, its strengths, its weaknesses and stuff. There's a funny saying that we laugh and cry over beers at Drupal camps that, you know, Drupal makes hard things easy, but at the same time, it makes easy things hard. So Drupal's leadership, our product managers have really taken that to heart and made what I consider to be the biggest change in Drupal's history. And there's two Drupals now, which sounds almost a little counterintuitive, but Drupal has always kind of threaded the fine line between a framework and a content management system, depending on how you use it. But now that line is actually drawn. Drupal core is the framework, and on top of Drupal core, you have the product, which is Drupal CMS. And Drupal CMS gives you everything that kind of 80 percentile would need. I like to refer to Drupal CMS as the easy button for Drupal. You know, you can get up and running really, really quickly, and it contains all this pre-configured functionality through modules and everything else that's pre-configured with best practices. And it ships with a page builder called Canvas. I'm gonna show you this in a little bit, but it's really easy to use. It enables a non-technical content person to get in there and start building the page visually and have something up and running in minutes. And the installer ships with these beautiful pre-made site templates. So as we go through the installation right now, you can see we have this list of like wonderful site templates. One of them, which I'm proud to say is a DripYard site template. You can install these, and as you go through the installation, of course, you end up on a dashboard, which we'll see here in a second, and then we can navigate to the home page. And the home page isn't it's not a norm. It's not what you think of Drupal. It's actually a beautiful looking web page. So this is a built-in site template called Haven, and it's included with Drupal CMS. Drupal CMS is free open source software. You can download this, install it, and you can be up and running with this by the end of my talk. As I said earlier, Drupal ships with a number of different site templates, and site templates are basically like canned web pages and a bunch of YAML files and composer.json files. So these site templates they'll have dependencies on modules. An example might be an event site template, that may have listings of events or something. It'll have content types for events, of course, and it'll have different fields on those content types, and it'll pre-configure that for you. But it'll also have dependencies on maybe a calendar module, and that calendar module will be pre-configured to do everything that you expect. A site template can ship a theme with itself, or it can depend on themes. And what's really neat is it can ship with sample content, and the sample content is really important because as you're evaluating Drupal, as you're evaluating the site template, it allows you to poke at it to see how everything fits together and how it all fits together, really. Drupal also has first-class component support, which doesn't sound that impressive out of the box, but like once you get into it, it's like heck yeah, So Drupal core ships with what's called single directory components, and they're almost what you expect. It's everything that you need for a component inside of a single directory. So obviously you'll have a twig template. You'll have your CSS and JavaScript files that only get loaded whenever that template is in use. But what's also there is a YAML file, and the YAML file contains the schema of the data that the template's suggesting. And this is super powerful because Drupal is aware of what type of data this template is expecting, what the component is expecting. It can automatically you can drag these components onto the page using a page builder like Canvas or Display Builder or something like that, and it automatically creates that form so you can populate your data within the user interface. Drupal Canvas ships with what's called code components, and code components are slightly different because they're built on React. They're built using JSX, right? And what's especially interesting about them is they're stored as Drupal configuration. Like I said, they're built on React, but what's cool is you can publish them instantly. Drupal Canvas ships with kind of a mini IDE within the user interface. So if imagine that your marketing team wants to put up a landing page. They don't want to wait a couple weeks to go through a development cycle to get this landing page up. They want this up today, maybe sooner than today. You can assemble that page using Canvas, but what if you need a custom component or they have some custom visuals that they want to put in there? You can create this immediately, and you can have this written in a matter of minutes or hours, depending on how familiar you are with it. It gives you previews. You can edit your CSS. It stores it in configuration, which is in the database, but then there's a utility tool where you can export this and you can throw this into your version control. Drupal Canvas, as I mentioned a bunch earlier, it has all the niceties that people expect, like you all are probably somewhat familiar with Gutenberg. Drupal Canvas has a lot of the Gutenberg functionality, but we've also learned a lot of lessons from Gutenberg. We have looked at Gutenberg, sees what does Gutenberg do well? What could Gutenberg do better? Let's do that. As well as other competitors like Webflow and, like I said, Wix, Squarespace, etc. We have all the interactions that people expect, like drag and drop, WYSIWYG, undoing, and stuff like that. So in this particular case right here, you can see we're going from the dashboard and we're going to navigate to the home page. And when we get onto the home page within the Canvas editor, we can start editing the text. And of course, it updates in near real time. And you're probably looking at this and you're saying, well, this is what I expect. And that's what Canvas is. There's the biggest surprise about Drupal Canvas is how it stays out of your way. When I go through and I'm assembling pages with Drupal Canvas, the biggest hurdle in front of me is the content. writing the content, putting the content in. The editorial interface acts as an enabler. It doesn't slow you down. You can see in this particular case, I'm dragging stuff around, and I can preview it. I can check it out at multiple different screen widths, and it all just works. You can see in this particular case, we're using a drip yard theme, and we're assembling a whole landing page, and we're using patterns of components. You can group components together in various patterns and then use them throughout the website. And you can change around these patterns. So in this particular case, you can see it's sped up, but I built this whole landing page in a matter of minutes. 5 years ago, something like this would have taken minimum days or something like that. And if you have to go through a deployment process, even longer than that. So as Drupal is building up all these like user interface changes and figuring out how we're putting stuff together, we're also improving our foundations. Like with modern PHP, around 2015, Drupal shifted to object-oriented PHP. We adopted a lot of Symfony components. We have first-class dependency management through Composer. We use dependency injection everywhere. We even use PHPverse in our rendering system. And we have like what I really think is like the best caching system that I've ever seen. Like we have cache tags, cache contexts, and like a whole bunch of really, really great utilities in there that enable Drupal to smartly know when to cache, when to expire the cache, how to surface your editorial data immediately so you don't have to wait 15 minutes for it to get up on a website or something like that. And because of these modern PHP practices, Drupal's actually getting faster. We have all these layers of PHP. It's turtles all the way down with open source, but the end result is getting faster. We have an amazing caching system. As I mentioned, cache tags, cache context. We have like internal reverse proxy caching and dynamic page caching. We do this technique called Big Pipe that was pioneered by Facebook, where they render the easy parts of the website first, and then like the more expensive parts of the website, the parts that might take a little bit of calculating, get dynamically shown to the user afterwards. But what that makes is the end result is that the user experience is so much better. It feels like your data is coming to you immediately. We're upgrading all of our stuff with HTMX and fibers. HTMX is replacing our legacy Ajax system that was originally written back in the day with jQuery. And because of all this stuff, we keep on getting faster. Within the last release, which was probably 6 months ago or so, we reduced our database queries by something like 33% in some cases. We're reducing the amount of JavaScript we ship for our dynamic interactions. And our caching is getting smarter. And if you were to look at graphs, and I did try to look at some graphs using HTTP archive and stuff like that, you can see Drupal is getting faster, and it's exciting to see, and I'm really happy about that. It's a lot. Drupal has this amazing workflow tool called ECA, which stands for Event Condition Action. And it allows you to visually set your editorial workflows. Like if someone logs in and they have a certain role, or if something happens within the content, you can do this. If someone submits a form and it has this form, you can do this. And it makes the editorial interface for that is pretty neat. It's kind of like Visio on steroids. And what's really cool, I'm going to show this video right here, is it allows you to kind of test out your interactions. It's doing like an XDebug, but for workflows. So you can create this type of stuff visually in the browser, and you can build these complex workflows that do amazing things. You can have these deployed very quickly. Of course, all this is exportable, so you can throw it into your version control system. You can also share it. There's libraries of pre-configured workflows that you can download, dissect, play around with, break, fix, and all that type of stuff. So you can play around with this stuff. And people are doing amazing things with this more and more, and it's super exciting. So now come the AI slides, because we are in the year of our Lord 2026, and you can't do anything without AI. Drupal has a huge AI initiative where we have like our base modules that do all the basic stuff, where you connect to your provider, you put in your keys, it handles everything securely and properly, and then you have modules that build upon that, so we're not duplicating effort. And what it's resulting in one ecosystem that's not competing. If you need to do something, you know where to go and how to do it. It allows you to swap your providers without any type of changing around your workflows. And Drupal has an AI policy, and that involves like putting that human in the loop, doing stuff properly, trying to make sure AI doesn't break stuff 20% of the time. And Drupal works very well with AI, but AI also works very well with Drupal. And that's because we have our object-oriented code base. We have very strict APIs. And when you're using an agent to do Drupal development, it can get quicker feedback if you have those strict APIs. AI doesn't like really struggle with the complexity, but it struggles with the ambiguity. And so when we have when we do it properly, AI can use that and iterate quicker, fix things quicker. There was Dries, who is the founder of Drupal, wrote this really great blog post, and he kind of detailed about how we made these architectural decisions something like, 10 years ago, but it's coming back in such a good way because it's built for agents. It's built so agents can easily use it, between structured content, governance, oversight, and just our well-mature code base allows agents to work on that. And it's not just like basic things. Like you can see in this video right here, where we're kind of using AI to change around some content, add some tags and stuff. But remember earlier when I was showing all the workflows, we have workflows to set up to do this, that, and the other. Well, AI can build those too. And I was showing like the videos where you have these code components and you're writing with JSX. Well, AI can generate that JSX. AI can throw in your Tailwind classes. AI can write your CSS for you and get you, if not all the way, most of the way there, where you can very quickly get this stuff done with AI. And like all these things together it's almost like kind of seeing everything happen together at once. Drupal CMS is like really getting you up and running in minutes, and we have the marketplace that allows you to kind of get a website going for dramatically cheaper than a Drupal website going for dramatically cheaper than you previously could. Drupal previously, you wouldn't touch Drupal unless you had like a six-figure project. But now you can do it significantly cheaper. It can get you 80% of the way, and you still have that full power of Drupal. Drupal's getting faster. Every single release, we're getting faster. We have performance metrics built into our tests. Editors can now drag and drop and just put things all together and get these landing pages up very quickly, as they would expect to do. And we work really, really well with AI, like both inside of Drupal and then working on Drupal. And like all of this is just kind of super exciting, and I'm super, it's a fun time to be in the web development community, but it's especially a fun time to be in Drupal. And of course, we have a community all over the world. Every other week, there is a Drupal camp, which are our regional mini conferences. You can find out about these at drupal.org/community/events. And that's the best way to learn. A lot of our camps will do like a Drupal in a day, which kind of shows you how to set up your content types, set up your views, and do all the stuff that I showed you. And we have 2 DrupalCons, which are our larger conferences coming up. The next one's going to be in Rotterdam, which is about an hour south of where we are right now. and that's going to be in late September. And then in my home state in Florida, we're going to be hosting our first DrupalCon in March 2027, and that's I'm kind of on the planning committee for that. So I'm going to tell you, it's going to be like the best ever, and you all are officially invited. You can reach out to me. You see my email address at the bottom, and yeah, so I'm excited about all of this stuff. So I hope everybody is too.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was fantastic. I was so happy and glad to see that, a long time ago you changed to Symfony components, that now Drupal CMS is much faster than before, adopting all the good practices. So really happy about all of that. I have a couple of questions for you here prepared. You mentioned that Drupal conferences are one of the best ways to learn Drupal. I wonder, for those who cannot actually go physically to those conferences, which website or resource you think it's the best to learn Drupal in 2026?
Yeah, so there's many videos on YouTube, including like the Drupal Association has regular stuff up there. There's Drupal.tv, where whenever we have a Drupal camp, we typically record those through like these little gizmos, and we throw those up on YouTube on Drupal.tv, and you can see like so many world-class developers just sharing everything right there.
100%. And I'm curious about some of the numbers of DrupalCon, because, I asked the WordPress community how many people they have. They answer like bombastically with 2,600 people going to their conferences. How about DrupalCon?
I think we're in the neighborhood of like 1,500 or so.
1,500, that's good.
Yeah, we get a lot, and the thing is, it's kind of funny. Like, I always joke that DrupalCons are like a high school reunion where you actually want to see the people, because you get to come and you get to see your friends, you get lots of hugs, you get to go talk about all the stupid stuff that you've been doing. And like a lot of times, just through like normal work, you get a little burnt out. But then you go back to these conferences, and it's almost like refilling the cup. You get re-energized.
100%. Communities are about friendship, about all of that. I've been telling this to people all the time. Sometimes you think like, your community is good, the others are not good. But the reality is that on the other communities is happening exactly the same thing as on yours. Things are improving, getting faster, adopting good practices. And before sending the ball here to my colleague Brent, I have a question about this Drupal in AI initiative. You mentioned some of the things you guys are doing in terms of agentic coding to improve how to work with Drupal in AI. I wonder if you know more about this Drupal AI initiative, how it's organized, and if you know more about this.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's an official initiative, like organized by, I believe, the Drupal Association. There are various different companies that are contributing people hours and also lots of money in there. Like it's kind of a top-down approach as opposed to just kind of naturally flowing together. There are something like over 20 different modules for different functionality that you can bolt on to the main module that allow you to do specific things. I don't know the URL off the top of my head, but there's videos on how to set all this stuff up. And of course, you can always ask AI to help set up that stuff too.
100%.
Impressive. I have to admit, I only had to use Drupal as like an end user once 10 years ago or something like that. I was really impressed by all the things you presented. So thank you, Mike, for coming. And it was pretty short notice, actually, because we were in touch, but some emails got lost. And so in 2 weeks' time, we arranged for you to be here, which is really great. So thank you for being so flexible as well. I think this was a really good addition, and I see a lot of positive reactions actually in chat about it. So
I appreciate that, and thanks for having me out, and thanks to all of our sponsors and JetBrains and you two. You guys have just been working your butts off, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Mike.
everyone clapping on the chat as well. Thank you so much, Mike.
It's time to shift gears a little bit. We've talked about Drupal, WordPress, some AI stuff, Symfony, Laravel packages. One important topic is still missing, and that's more PHP itself. And I thought, like, who better than someone who builds like I don't know, RFCs as a pastime or something, who seems to enjoy building programming languages, designing them, writing about them. Just a couple of examples. Enums, property hooks, asymmetric visibility, the pipe operator, partial function application that's coming in 8.6. That's all driven by one person. So I want to welcome to the stage here Larry. Can I say Larry, the legend Garfield? Come on.
My reputation exceeds me.
It is super impressive. Everything people do on the internals, on the PHP RFCs, and I'm just so happy to have Larry here, demystifying a little bit all of what happens behind the scenes. So super happy to have Larry here with us today.
Well, let's check the slides for a second as well. I think it's still Mike's presentation, right?
Yeah.
You have to just press escape, I think.
Okay, well, close that.
Yeah. Do you want me to come over? That's totally fine.
I don't know how you set this thing up.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just so happy to see like all of the improvements in PHP. And while we have Larry fixing his laptop, I'm actually genuinely curious about your favorite PHP feature. We have seen a lot of that in the last couple of years. Enums, property promotion, short closures, many features coming to the scene, and I want to know your favorite. I'm going to be honest with you. I love all of them, but my favorite at the minute is enums. I use enums all the time on every single PHP project I have. There is other features that I don't use that often. The pipe operator is actually one of them. Here developed my very good friend Larry, but there is others that I use. So meanwhile, I'm going to jump here into the YouTube chat to see what people are actually using. And of course, we see match expressions being one of the many adopted features here. We see enums being mentioned all the time. Of course, attributes, W attributes for the win. I love attributes myself. I'm going to be honest, initially, I didn't actually love them that much, but after a while, I now just use them all the time. Attributes are so good. I do agree with you. We saw PHPverse a little bit. So I don't know as much about PHPverse. I do know it's being used by projects like React PHP and Hemp PHP, but myself, I don't use it that much. What else we see? We see enums again. A lot of enums here being mentioned, which is absolutely awesome. We see the new class URI, which is absolutely awesome, fast and safe. Are we ready with Larry? I think we are. Right?
Yeah, I think we are. We're going to do a very a creative approach here. I forgot that there were speaker notes. I'm sorry for that. But we're just doing 2 laptops. It's fine. We're sitting here casually at a table.
We're developers. We can figure this out.
Larry, the stage is yours.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. We're going to talk about the PHP RFC process here. My name is Larry Garfield. If you want to make fun of me during the session on Mastodon, that's where you do so. I generally encourage it. Remember, to tag PHPverse. I've been a part of the PHP community for 20 years. I've been writing PHP for 27 years. I've been around a number of projects, Drupal, Typo3, Symfony. Written some books and currently available on the job market. So if you're like a staff engineer with this kind of background, let's talk. As for PHP, well, PHP, as we know, is always advancing. Every November, we get a fun new release that brings us something cool. And why should you care other than in November? I mean, why should you pay attention? And by care, in this case, I mean get involved. Why should you be involved in PHP? For one thing, you can see what's coming. Even if you are just reading things and not actually saying anything, you can see how the sausage gets made and what new features are coming before they land. So you can get a sense of, in a year, these are the kind of functionality we'll be able to leverage. You can also get involved and help influence it. Even if you're not writing your own RFCs, we want feedback from as many people as possible. Is this would you actually use this? Is this a good idea? Was this thing going to break your code? The more we know that early, the better. And you can change the future. This is a programming language that runs the internet. There are millions of people using it. And if you contribute to it in some way, you're contributing to helping millions of people. That's kind of cool. So how do you get involved? Step 1 for getting involved in PHP internals is you have to join the mailing list. And I'm sure someone at this point is going to freak out and start talking about how terrible mailing lists are and that, OMG, it's such ancient technology, and can it? It's stable and reliable technology. Mailing lists are not controlled by any major corporation. We run our own mailing list server. You can use any mail client you want. Literally everyone in the world either has or can easily get an email address. We're not the only project that still runs by mailing list. There are many other major projects in open source and web that work that way. So if you want to do nothing else, you can read the entire history of the mailing list going back to the dawn of time on the NewsWeb website. So the easiest way to join, send an email to internals plus subscribe at list.php.net, and you're done. There's no step 2. If you're more of a GUI person, you can go to the website and there's a form you can just put your email address in and say subscribe. Nice and easy. Once you are there, please play nice. It's nothing really major. The list does not have reply all by default. So if your mail client has a reply list feature, use that. Otherwise, reply all. Otherwise, your messages just go to the person who sent the email. Occasionally, that becomes an issue, but usually people are good about that. Bottom post, it actually makes it a lot easier to just trim out irrelevant parts of something and respond at the bottom. Not what most mail clients do and say put it at the top and you have a gigantic history of everything and everyone's giant signatures. Don't do that. No HTML. If you need to format something, you can use Markdown. It doesn't actually get rendered, but Markdown is human readable, so cool. And just generally don't be a jerk. The PHP internals has a reputation for being mean and nasty. That reputation is much like the reputation of PHP itself. A lot more accurate 20 years ago than it is now. So it's actually pretty nice these days. There's tense discussions, but it's not personal discussions. So, go with that. If you want to see what's going on, just look at wiki.php.net/RFC. That's a list of all RFCs that are currently in voting, in active discussion, that people are working on and haven't made public yet, and everything that has passed in the past. So if you just want to see, hey, why did this weird piece of enums work the way it did? Why do property hooks do this thing? Go back to the RFC. There's a long discussion often of, here's why we did what we did, and here's all the nitty-gritty details you don't think about but are important. So that's a great resource just for just knowing what the language is doing today. So how do we actually make an RFC? First, have an idea. That's kind of an important first step. Then talk about it. Then implement it. Discuss it some more. We love discussion in PHP. Then there's a vote. And if all goes well, woot! So let's go through that in a bit more detail. Step 1, have an idea. Proposals for PHP internals need to solve real problems. So there has to be some good case to make for this thing is valuable to 1 million people using PHP, or a significant subset of them. So it's not something that's going to be a niche value for just this one company or just this one project. It's something that's going to be useful for a lot of people, even if it's coming from one company or project. And cannot reasonably be done in user space. The word reasonably here is doing a lot of lifting. For example, stir starts with function. Trivial to do in user space, but the value of having it built in and guaranteed to be there without having to install an extra composer package was valuable enough to say, hey, that's worth doing. Syntax changes have to be in the language, obviously. A lot of other, hey, this function or this extra set of classes, okay, why should that be in the engine? Why should that be in internals rather than being something you download with Composer? You have to make that case. And everything that's passed has managed to make that case, but you need to make that case. Good features are targeted, specific, and precise. That doesn't mean that they have to be small. Many RFCs are very, very large and complicated, but that is because the problem space they're tackling is complicated. But they're still trying to tackle one problem space at a time. So once you have an idea, go ahead and discuss it. You send a message to the mailing list and just say, apparently this laptop is in dark mode, cool. To internals at list.php.net, say, proposal, I want to add this functionality. Describe it. That description could be 2 sentences. It could be several pages worth. Depends on what you're proposing. You haven't done any actual work yet. You're just saying, hey, here's an idea I have. Here's how it would work. Does anyone care? Would anyone want this? But you need to make the case for why it's valuable. If the feedback you get is largely negative, then move on. I mean, not every feature is going to work. Not every idea is a great idea. That's okay. Don't take it personally. I've certainly had ideas shot down at this stage. Sometimes you can come back in a few years, sometimes not. But better to get that out now than after you've done all the code. If, however, you get positive feedback on the idea, well, now it's time to actually implement it. Go you. So just make a pull request against the PHP SRC repository. Fair warning, it is not in PHP, it is written in C. It is written in somewhat old C, I would argue somewhat ugly C. I like to joke that PHP is not written in C, it's written in a custom macro language that is itself written in C. Some of the other people in this room get upset with me when I say that, but I'm only half joking when I say that. It's point being, there is a learning curve to contributing to internals in the code, and it is surmountable. People have done it. Some of the leading maintainers right now are only a few years into it, so it absolutely is achievable. It doesn't have to be perfect. The goal at this point is to find edge cases. And very often when working on an RFC with Ilya or with Arno, who I frequently collaborate with, we'll try implementing something and realize, oh, that design idea just doesn't work in practice, so we need to change the design. That's the kind of thing you're trying to find at this stage. Not making it perfect, but making it feature complete. I recommend partnering with someone if you're new. I'll be honest, of all the RFCs you listed off, I wrote the code for one of them. All the others were written by either Ilya or Arno. And that's a great way to, A, validate your idea, but also get mentorship, get someone to help out with it. I do very much recommend partnering with people where you can. Technically, the implementation is optional. You can submit an RFC without it. Please don't. There are people that will vote against an RFC if it has no implementation because you haven't been able to find those edge cases where, oh, we have to change something. And also, don't assume that just because an RFC is proposed or passed that someone else is going to do it for you. As the RFC author, you're responsible for making sure the work gets done to complete it. If something passes and no one else picks it up, it doesn't happen. Now that you have your code ready, you can sign up on the wiki. You just go to wiki.php.net, sign up, it's free, and then post on the mailing list saying, hey, I want RFC access so that I can go make an RFC. And someone will usually approve that within a day. It's very quick. Then you go write the RFC. It's on a wiki, so you edit it. There's instructions built in. There's a template you can follow. It was recently updated. You don't have to follow it precisely, but you should follow it more or less. There's chunks there that are very important to include, including like we have a link to the patch up here at the top. You have your name, or the people involved, brief introduction, and so on. A lot of the information in the RFC will get reused verbatim in docs later on. So your audience is both end users who are like, okay, how would I use this thing? And implementers, okay, how does this thing work? And depending on the RFC, you may lean more on one side or the other. Usually it leans more on the how would I use this thing, but both are important depending on the specifics. So again, be precise and be concise, but be complete. And code examples are your friend. I would say that especially if you're doing something with syntax, this is the best way to demonstrate what it is you're talking about. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and code examples are a picture. Be aware that this does not use Markdown. We're using a wiki called DocuWiki, which is in PHP. It's kind of old, and it has its own syntax, its own wiki syntax that's not quite Markdown. You get used to it eventually. That's possibly Stockholm Syndrome talking, but there have been efforts to move that to Markdown. There's some technical challenges to that, but there are people who would like to do that eventually. For now, you have to use this wiki format, but there is a nice formatting toolbar to go with it. Once your RFC is done, you talk more, because we talk. Post a new message to the list, put an RFC tag at the beginning of it, and say, hey, here's an RFC, let's talk. You don't need to say anything more than that, and people can reply to that and say, oh, this is great, this is terrible, I like this part, I don't like this part, and so on. Depending on the RFC, there could be weeks worth of feedback or almost none. It varies widely. Keep all the replies in the one response. If you, if you make a major update, you just reply in the same thread. So we want the one thread to have all of the discussion so it's easy to refer to later, which we actually do more often than you'd think. So yeah, keep all the replies in one thread. Expect it to change. Whatever you submitted in the first place is not what is going to be voted on in the end. Go in with that expectation and you'll be fine. Sometimes things change very little. It's nice when that happens, but expect things to change quite a bit. And that's usually good. Most of the RFCs I've worked on have gotten better for the feedback we've gotten. And the changes we've made make them better. In like 95% of cases, I would say that. The RFC should keep a change log. So as you make changes to it, you keep a change log at the bottom. That's included in the templates. But again, that helps inform people of, okay, what changes are you making? And again, assume good faith, offer good faith. If someone comments and they say they don't like something, don't take it personally. They're attacking the work, not the person. And you should also attack the work, not the person. And attack isn't even the right word. Criticize the work, not the person. If someone says, hey, this is a terrible feature, we shouldn't add it, they're talking about the feature, not you. And you should return that favor. Occasionally, someone is actually a jerk, but that's surprisingly rare these days in practice. And we have kicked people off the list for that. This stage is open to literally everyone. You do not need to have ever looked at the line of C code to be able to get involved in the discussion and say, I would totally use this. I would never use this. Here's where I would use this in my project. Hey, what if we change this? Then it'd make it a lot easier to use in my project. That kind of feedback is valuable from anyone who uses PHP. So if you use PHP and want to offer feedback based on your experience, please do. Get on the mailing list and offer that feedback. We want to hear it because otherwise we don't know if something would be useful. If people on the lists are like, I don't know who would use this, and 10 people show up and say, I would use this in this project, I'd use it in this project, that's a good sign. Or conversely, this would break my project. We want to hear that early on. Then prepare for voting. You have no change for the RFC for 2 weeks. This is a cool down period to say, make sure everyone's on the same page, no surprise changes. There's been no real discussion for 2 weeks about. And you feel it's done. For some definition of done, it's all kind of squishy, but you feel ready with your proposal. Then you post to the mailing list and say, hi, I'm going to open the vote in a couple of days. This is, again, a heads up to make sure everyone's on the same page. No one gets surprised by anything. It should be at least a 48-hour heads up. So usually I'll say sometime Wednesday or Thursday or something like that, and that's fine. We all have schedules. Then go ahead and open the vote itself. That means going to the bottom of the RFC where there's a voting widget built in the template. You just edit it, set the date for at least 2 weeks in the future. Usually I'll say 2 weeks and a little bit just to make sure there's no time zone concern or anything. Make sure it's got a title, set the closed should actually be false in this case, and save it. And then you get a voting widget that is open to anyone who can vote, who can then vote. And if 2/3 of the voters approve it, then it passes. The 2/3 threshold is high. It is deliberately high because, as we said, these are features that are going to impact millions of developers. We want to make sure of it. Anything that has passed with 2-to-1 in favor of it. So that's a very good threshold to say that we're serious about this. And then post to the list with a new thread, RFC vote. And let's say, hey, it's open. Here's when it's going to end. Here's a link to the previous discussion thread if you want to catch up. And people will vote. Sometimes they'll keep discussing here, but usually they'll just go vote. So we talk about a vote, but who's actually voting? So let's look at some stats. There are about 1,500-ish people who have voting access on PHP. Most of those also have repository access of some form to one or more repositories. In practice, there's only about 100 people who vote in any given year, and most RFCs have about 25 votes. This means that as an author, you really don't know what the voters think unless they are the people who have been discussing, and very often they're not. This is a problem in the current process, I feel. That very often as an RFC author, you get feedback from 5 people on the list, and then 25 people vote on it, 20 of whom you've never heard from. You have no idea why they're voting yes or no. You don't get that kind of feedback. And that is a problem that I feel we do need to address, but be aware of it going in. If you want to become a voter, that process is also kind of squishy. Basically, someone who has voting access decides you've contributed to PHP enough. The PHP project, not the ecosystem. So either patches to PHP SRC or documentation patches. I actually got voting access through doing documentation work. It's very loosey-goosey. Direct democracy has its pros, it has its cons. There is no one steering the ship. It's whoever grabs the wheel is steering the ship. And the pros and cons of that could be their own talk. We'll get to that another time. If the vote doesn't go your way and it doesn't reach that 2/3 threshold, that's okay. Lots of RFCs don't pass. For very good reasons, for not very good reasons, a lot don't pass. Sometimes there's a very clear issue that's some design piece that enough people didn't like, and you know that. You can try resubmitting it again as a fresh RFC that changes that thing. A lot of RFCs went through multiple attempts before they passed. Pipes was version 3. Partial function application was version 2. Asymmetric visibility was version 2. Attributes were version 2 or 3. So sometimes it takes a while, and sometimes just coming back with the same idea a few years later will make a difference because who votes has changed. That's just the way it works right now. If it does pass, however, congratulations, you now have work to do. As we said before, the patch may not be completely done. It may still have some test failures, it may have some bugs to sort out, maybe some performance improvements. So go and finish that process. That could be a week's worth of work. It could be several months worth of work. It varies widely depending on what the patch is. This is one reason I suggest working as part of a team. It makes that easier. But at this point, the concept has already been approved, so it's just the usual pull requests, review, merge process that you're used to on any other Git-based project. And then, wait for November, when you can celebrate the fact that you have now contributed something that is going to be used by millions of developers around the world. And by the way, you have to write documentation for it now too. Go do that. Thank you very much.
That's very good.
What questions you got?
Thank you, Larry. I thought you were the one writing the documentation. I got that wrong, apparently.
I have written some documentation.
Oh, no, not everything.
Yeah, not everything. If someone wants to pay me to write all of it, I'm down for it.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be okay with that. But yeah, at the moment, I mostly do comments cleanup and document the things that I've worked on. Mm-hmm. So like the enum documentation was me copying stuff from the enum RFC.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The hooks documentation I wrote. The AVIS documentation I wrote. That kind of stuff. And then other cleanup here and there as it comes up.
Property hooks, by the way, my favorite feature being added in the last 10 years of PHP.
For me, it's enums. And actually, I do want to know your personal favorite, though, because we have been talking about our favorites, but I want to know your personal favorite.
Of mine or of any?
From the last 10 years, from everything that got added to PHP, your personal favorite.
This is going to sound weird. Constructor property promotion.
It's a good answer.
It's a good answer.
I mean, I think it's a good answer.
I mean, I spent years arguing that people should do more dependency injection. Mm-hmm. And the pushback was always, it's so hard to do. I've got to write so much boilerplate code to do that. Mm-hmm. That is no longer the case. Mm-hmm. You can now do proper dependency injection by sticking one line in in your constructor, have an empty constructor, and you're done.
Yeah.
So there is zero excuse now to not do proper dependency injection.
And I think like everyone is using it. Like
Yeah.
every new code I see just comes with that because it's just better than what we had before.
And it's just a syntax desugaring, but its
Yeah.
ability to just make certain things so much easier is enormous.
Don't you
and
think
that's some of the best features?
I find
100%.
it so interesting that things like property promotion, but also property hooks, like the things that don't really add anything conceptually new to the language. I mean, you could do it in other ways before, but they just improve our developer experience
100%.
so much that they are named as the most impactful features. I like that. I'm for that. I wish. I think it shows that developers, the target audience of any programming language, that they are very important to take into
100%.
account.
Yep.
Things get done that are easy.
Mm-hmm.
So when you make something easier to do, it will be done more.
Yeah.
And if you make something easier to do, it makes it easier to then build on top of.
Yeah.
That's the pipes operator is stupid simple. It doesn't do much. It doesn't do anything we couldn't do before, except let us reorganize the code a little to make it far easier to read, far easier to reason about. Then you tack in partial function application or some higher order functions, and you get some beautiful code. All because of this little preprocessor macro.
Yeah.
And that to me is some of the best features of any language, where you take some complex problem space and just make it easy so that people can do it more.
Yeah, well, about the pipe operator, I'm also very much looking forward to the follow-up, not necessarily about pipe operator, but partial function application, which is going to make the pipe operator so much easier to use. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday.
They were always intended to come together as a match set. Just the timing didn't work out to get it into 8.5, so it was one of the first things in 8.6.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a follow-up question, and you can answer as well. In the chat can answer as well. So everyone at home, get ready to answer as well. Which is that PHP feature that we don't have, but you would love to see in the future?
I'll let you answer first.
Chat, meanwhile, go all in on the chat. While Larry thinks a little bit, I can answer myself if you want. I would love to see generics, okay? I'm going to just say this. I know there is multiple things to think about, and I know the PHP internals do think about all those things, but as a consumer of PHP, I would love to see generics. How about you?
Me personally, I would love generics.
Okay.
And I think there's a very good argument for including them in the language directly. There's a proposal right now in discussion that I think is the closest we've ever gotten to it. I hope it is successful. We'll see. But I think in a different sense for PHP as a whole, the most important development in recent years is FrankenPHP. Being able to run,
I have to agree with Larry.
Being able to run PHP as a persistent process without rewriting all of our code is phenomenally huge. Just the performance benefits you get from that, the architectural simplicity you get. Like, how much time do frameworks spend right now optimizing their loading, or optimizing the autoloader, or compiling stuff to disk and materialize classes? If you're assuming FrankenPHP, all of that goes away. You just have a list you build up in memory and it stays there. And it just makes things so much easier. So from an ecosystem perspective, FrankenPHP and further development along that pathway is the most important thing happening right now.
I want to add a couple more thoughts, if I can, because generics. Who needs generics? I mean,
language designers, we want to use it in core.
and I on framework side and in packages everywhere. No, I want generics as well, but actually, I want something more than generics, and this is going. Yeah, imagine that. For me, right? I agree with Larry. For PHP as a language, it's like these syntax changes aren't like as much as it pains me because they impact me, but they aren't. They are not going to make the difference for the outside world. But if I can choose, it's actually interface default methods. To be honest, there was an RFC for it, and it
I would
failed.
love that.
I would love that too.
So what I do now, I've based on some of the blog posts you wrote and some things you shared, I'm just stepping away from abstract classes. I'm done with them. There's barely any extend anymore in my code. It's all interfaces. But the thing I miss is like the default implementation, which I use traits for now, which is not a great solution. Traits have many drawbacks, but it is what it is. For me, it's still better than relying on the classic inheritance tree, which I like to avoid at all costs.
Well,
And that's a talk on its own. But
fun fact, we are the only major peer language in our family that has an interface and not default methods on it. I looked into this. Pretty much every other language in our sphere has that, so we should too, really.
Yeah.
Someone write that RFC.
No, the RFC is written, right?
Someone redo that RFC.
Redo.
Yeah, there's one that died. I would love to see come back.
Yeah.
Someone could pick that up if they wanted to. Yeah. If someone wants to, reach out. Let's do that, because that would be huge.
100%. Larry, everything. Thank you so much for everything you do for the PHP ecosystem. I appreciate that we have people like you moving the PHP language forward. So thank you so much. Chat, everyone clapping for Larry. Thank you so much for coming today.
Take care.
That was fantastic. I love to see some PHP internals here coming to the scene, explaining how the things actually work behind the scenes. And it was not that difficult, actually, setting up a PHP RFC.
No. And what I especially liked is that Larry highlighted everyone can be involved in the discussion. And actually, it's really important to do that. We don't do that often enough.
100%. And it's so easy. As Larry explained it, it's as easy as sending an email to get started, setting up a discussion with other people. So you guys can do that too. Now, on today's event, we have seen a lot already. Frameworks, PHP internals. We haven't talked much about tooling. So I decided to do a small game with Brent, with me, and all the chat at home right now. I'm going to make a quick questions to all of you, and you guys let me know what is your favorite PHP tooling. Let's start with static analysis. We obviously have various choices like Psalm, PHP Stan, Mago, and many others. My personal favorite is PHP Stan. I love PHP Stan level max on packages, but also love PHP Stan level 5 on web applications. What is your personal favorite?
I've switched to Mago. I'm sorry to say, I really love it. It's super fast because it's written in Rust, and yeah, maybe still some rough edges there, but I would recommend everyone to check it out. Mago, it's a relatively new tool in development for 2 years now. So.
Exactly. Mago is kind of new, right? So what they are tackling is just static analysis or something more?
Well, I suggest we go to the next question and I'll answer it then.
Okay. Looking at the chat, we see a lot of people mentioning PHP Stan. We see a few Magos being mentioned here, which is very important. Mago is the king, oh yeah, but we also see PHP Stan being mentioned quite a lot, which is super important. For those who haven't heard about Mago, check it out. 100% sure something you should. Now, we talked about static analysis, various tools on static analysis. We can also talk about styling, of course, right? Because on styling, we have various options, PHP CS Fixer, Laravel, Pint. Apparently, Mago is here on the list, which is surprising. So maybe you can explain what this is about?
Yeah, so for me, the answer is Mago again. If you have linting there, then it's Mago as well. Okay. The thing about Mago is that it's just a tool chain for PHP. It's written in Rust, and it's meant to just do all the things that we have several tools for in PHP these days, to just combine it all into one. And it's actually, I'm not saying feature complete, but there is a lot there, and it's just, I love using it. I don't know, it starts from the console output. I recently tweeted about this as well. This is turning into an ad for Mago. That wasn't meant to be, but I'm just so excited for it. They use this console output library from Rust. It's better than anything we have. It's so clear. I simply love it.
It's so hilarious that on the chat, we obviously have a bunch of reactions. We see people saying PHP CS Fixer, we see people mentioning Mago, but also people mentioning Laravel Pint, which is a styling tool that was built within the Laravel context. And obviously people who are not familiar with Laravel probably are not familiar with Pint, but it's basically PHP CS Fixer with some styling conventions by default. That's what Laravel Pint is. Now, the final piece of the puzzle is obviously the testing framework. And for that, we have PHP Unit, we have Past, and many others. My personal favorite is, of course, Past PHP. I have made Past PHP because I have kind of switched from a JavaScript developer to a real developer doing PHP. And then I switched from Jest, and I wanted something like Jest on the PHP world. Therefore, I built Past PHP, which is still PHP unit behind the scenes with a lot of new things like browser testing and more. What is your personal favorite?
Mago. No, it doesn't
Wait,
exist.
what?
Yet.
Oh, okay.
No, I asked Jesh whether he also wanted to build a test runner. No concrete plans. No, I'm still on the PHP unit side, because simply for me, like it's good enough. It does the things I want to do. But I know Pest is so much, much more features, and I know maybe it's just me having to get over it and investing the time to properly learn it. So there is no judgment there.
100%. And PHP Unity is fantastic. I'm going to say that as a past contributor, as a past developer that relies on PHP Unity, I'm so glad that we have someone like Sebastian building such a great foundation for testing. We see a lot of reactions on the chat, people mentioning PHP Unit and Past both together, but also we see Net Tester being mentioned and Testo, which I'm not familiar with. We see Behat being mentioned, of course, Behat, great testing framework as well, and Codeception being mentioned as well. Chat, thank you so much for this beautiful interaction. It was fantastic. We love tooling. By the way, me and Brent, we are literally all in talking about tooling all the time.
No, actually, can I ask you one more question?
Go ahead.
And for chat as well, because we mentioned these tools and they aren't PHP core, right? But I would argue that a programming language is so much more than the syntax, than the interpreter, than the compiler, and everything that goes on in core. For me, at least, when I say PHP, it's not just PHP anymore. I don't write PHP without a set of tooling around it, which, and I'm curious how people feel about that. Actually,
So you think some of this stuff should just belong to the language itself, similar to what we see in other languages?
Maybe, or maybe I'm saying it's also fine for it to stay third-party tools, like for example static analyzers, and we'll make it work. I'm just saying, giving a random example, but generics that are type erased at one time, so that we can rely on tools to that. Anyway,
you know what? Now that we know how to create an RFC, we can actually propose that to the core. I want to just add one small thing before we jump into the next speaker. It's super funny that our chat is being so reactive to us today. And we see suddenly a discussion started about how to debug your application, because we have various options, of course, Xdebug being the main one, but we also have DD in var dump. So let's maybe start a discussion on this. Chat, just type below Xdebug, DD, var dump, or something else that I'm not familiar with. I am a DD person. I'm going to just tell you that. All right. I love DD. I think DD should belong to the core. Maybe that's a talk for another day. How about you? What do you use?
I think both have their places in PHP.
You are going with a polite answer.
Yeah, no, but absolutely. I think for many of the small things, I just rely on DD. That works just fine. But there are many cases where I'm like, I'm going to go through the motions to boot up Xdebug once again and to slow everything down. But it offers a lot of value for some of cases. And I'm not kidding you, it has saved me hours of debugging.
100%.
So, but it is a power tool. And you don't always need a power tool to solve every problem.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think Xdebug and DD, they both solve different problems almost as of your debugging. Shad, I really appreciate the moment you just had with us. Don't forget, if you are enjoying today's event, it's super important to us that you go all the way down and you click on the like button. That's the best way to tell YouTube that PHP is one of the best languages in the planet. And you know what supports some of the PHP development? Something called the PHP Foundation, which is something totally new. Well, not new, it's kind of a few years old already, but something that supports some of the PHP internals financially. And we want to know more about the PHP Foundation, so we have this brilliant idea of inviting the director of the PHP Foundation, Elizabeth. So please give a huge welcome to Elizabeth to the stage.
Hello.
Hi, thank you so much for coming today. We're so happy to have you, and we want to know more what PHP Foundation have been up to, and the stage is yours. Have fun.
It's Larry's.
It's that problem again.
I mean, I can use Larry's slides, but they won't.
They
won't work.
They were good slides though.
Professional setting.
Hey, there it is.
There we go. Have fun. Thank you.
How are you guys doing? Good?
We're doing fantastic.
Yeah, you made it all the way through. So
Almost.
Almost.
Who knows what's coming now?
I know, right? Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting us, for inviting me. I know that a lot of people have a lot of questions about the foundation, not super sure who we are, what we're doing. So I hope I can clear some of that up today. I am Elizabeth, the executive director, as they said. Today I'm going to talk about who we are, what we do, what we don't do, and also what we're going to do. So, So basically, we care about keeping PHP sustainable and viable for the long term. So we really want PHP to thrive. That's our mission. That's our goal. We have so far been focusing on making PHP better, on working on maintenance, triage, things like that. We really also need to help the ecosystem because obviously PHP, the language, does not exist in a vacuum by itself. Like we have a very robust ecosystem that deserves some TLC and some attention and support. And then of course, the perception, which has been, I think, a common theme a few times mentioned today about how people view PHP and maybe helping that out a little, moving that forward to be a little more accurate with what PHP actually is. We are made of these teams of people. We have a board of directors that are 9 people. They are volunteers. They do not get paid. They meet monthly. They are very, very active in Slack. Niels is on our board, so wherever you are, Niels, yay. Thank you for your support. And they're the long-term PHP enthusiasts, experts. They are wonderful. And there's a list on our website if you want to see who those folks are besides Niels. I'm the executive director, so I work very closely with the board to determine, what we're going to do. Things come up day to day. I help manage the team of contractors and just really keep things going. We do have an advisory board, which is made up of our Silver and Up sponsors. They're there to just help share, what's on their mind, what their concerns are, what their ideas are as well. So we're going to be engaging them a little more as we go, but they are there for us, which we really appreciate them. And then, of course, we have our contractors. We have 12 contractors now, plus Ben Marks, who is our director of fundraising. So shout out, Ben. Our contractors are, most are part-time. We have a few that are full-time, but most of them are just part-time. So just keep that in mind when you're when you're harassing them for things. They're just part-time, most of them are. So, So to date, this has pretty much been what we focused on, is paying people to work on the language. That's full stop been what we do. And then you can see here kind of some of the areas that we work on. A lot of triage, a lot of the just open issues on PHP, reviewing other people's work, creating their own work, writing RFCs, security, the PHP.NET infrastructure. Some people don't know that we help support that. And then building new features like Pi. So there's a lot going on, right, in PHP. And so there's a lot to do. I want to make this very clear that we do not own the language. We do not govern the language. We do not make decisions about the language. So full stop right there. Some people think that we do, and we don't. So if someone comes to me and says, Elizabeth, when are we getting generics? I'm going to say, not my call, right? Like it's a community decision. PHP has always been a community language and probably will always be a community-owned language, which has its pros and cons, right? It makes it harder for decisions to get made. It makes progress a little slower if you don't have kind of that one person who is making the decisions. But also, I think it's unique to PHP, and it helps our own sustainability and our long-term viability, because there isn't one entity that can just decide to stop funding it or decide to pull it, or change the license. Right? Like we don't have that risk, but we do have other things that make it tricky to have a community-owned language. So, I just want to make that clear that's the deal. We support the language. We do not make any decisions. There's an RFC process for that works pretty well and has worked pretty well so far. So, here's some numbers. We just released our impact report from last year. So if you want to go read that, it's very exciting, very intriguing. I know that metrics are, they're not perfect. They only represent a little piece of things. But here are some that we were able to get, so we're sharing them with you. But as you can see, like there's a lot of work that is being done, especially for a team of 12. Again, most of whom are part-time. So yeah, our folks are really busy. They're doing a fantastic job. So shout out to my team. I cannot thank our sponsors enough. None of the work that we do, none of it would happen if we did not have these fine folks supporting us. Huge shout out to JetBrains, shout out to Automatics, the Sovereign Tech Agency for the grant, and then the Alpha Omega grant that we also just received. Our gold sponsors, Team Blue and GoDaddy, and then individual contributors. There are hundreds of people who are just giving $5 or $10 a month, which that adds up so quickly. So we are just incredibly grateful for all of the financial support. And again, we wouldn't be here, like we wouldn't be doing this. So just thank you very, very much for all the financial support. So when I started a few months ago, one of the first things I wanted to do was really listen to the community. For those who don't know me, I used to be in the PHP space years ago. I started with PHP 3, and I think I left around PHP 7 around that time. I switched over into community management. So it had been a while since I had been in the community, and I wanted to hear, what's on people's minds. What are you worried about? What are you thinking about? What are you concerned about? And their ideas too. So thankfully, I put out this blog post. People answered the call. I had an open calendar, and yeah, you all had a lot to say. So that was fantastic. It was great. Most of the findings fell into 4 buckets of information, feedback. One was about the foundation itself and the ways in which we could be more transparent, more coordinated, more engaged with the community. There was quite a few comments about that, just wanting to know, like, what are you all working on? What are you doing? So that's one thing to address. The second one is, of course, the perception of PHP and the outreach that is being done outside of the PHP bubble. People are worried about that. They're worried about the perception of PHP and what that means, how that trickles down all the way down to jobs and education and all of those things. I think people also were wanting to know, why are we overlooked, and wanting us to have a seat at the table when like open source policy is being discussed and issues like that. So I put that in that bucket as well. In the third one, community growth, the new user pipeline, right? Like someone said, hey, it's worrying to me when I go to a conference, I recognize everyone. Like, where are the new faces? I want to meet new people. Why aren't I meeting new people? So people had some concerns about just seeing the same folks, coming and going, and really the fact that there isn't a good onboarding path for folks right now, like a very clear, this is where you start, this is how you do it. There's a lot of resources out there, but they're spread out, and some of them are old, they're not updated. So just kind of wanting to coordinate that a little better and bring those resources together. And then finally, the PHP language itself, I did get some feedback on that. Surprisingly, there really wasn't a whole lot of technical feedback of things that were missing or bad about the language, which was great to hear. Most of the feedback I got were things like, internal still uses a mailing list, and that's antiquated, and I don't know how it works, and I don't know how to see what's going on. And so that was a bit. There was another piece around voting that a lot of people have the right to vote, have those privileges, but only a small number of people actually do vote on things. And the fact that people who have the right to vote maybe haven't been active in the community for a while, and there's no real process to address that at all. Like, once you have the right to vote, you always have the right to vote forever and ever. So people just kind of came to me with that kind of feedback. And again, there's the link at the bottom of the slide, so you can go read those findings. I think they're super interesting. There's a lot more than what I mentioned here today, but obviously we don't have a ton of time. So go read through it. It's really super interesting if you want to know like where the opportunities are for us to be better. So the first three of those buckets, I think the foundation can absolutely address and work with. The fourth bucket, again, we don't control the language. We may influence things. We certainly have our opinions. Our contractors have opinions. I see us as a mechanism to facilitate, to coordinate, to support. So if there needs to be a discussion about the mailing list, great. There are arguments to be made on both sides of that, but the foundation is not going to make that decision, right? Like that is absolutely not our place to do. But what we could do is facilitate a conversation or bring people together. Support the figuring it out. That I think is what we will be good at is helping people, helping the community figure it out together. Right. So in 2026, we have these areas that we want to focus on. One, of course, is showing up more, being more transparent about what we're working on. So that means more regular communications with the community about what we're shipping. We've revived our newsletter. We post our board minutes are publicly posted now, so you can go read those or in our GitHub organization. Just really including you all in what we're doing, I think, is a big piece of that. Secondly, of course, working on PHP's image and just helping people outside of our bubble understand that the benefits that come with writing in PHP. So we have a few ideas on that, one of which is we would like to start, or we wouldn't like to, we're going to start a blog post called PHP at Scale. Ben Marks is going to run that, and we really want to tell that story of PHP being used in bigger scenarios, and really pushing the edges. And we want to just share those stories because that's something that I think as a community struggle with is sharing our good work, right? So if you are working on something that is big or really kind of pushing PHP to the limit and you want to be on the podcast, then absolutely reach out to Ben or me. We're both in Discord, I believe. So just send me a message and happy to hook you up with Ben. That is just one of the things that we're going to try to do to help that image. Secondly is just showing up in those spaces outside of the PHP bubble. Making sure that we are included in those conversations, whether, there's an open source Congress happening that I don't think PHP has been represented at before, so we will be there this year. And really just making that effort to make sure we're included in the conversations. There's some other things which I'll talk about in the next slide, but which is relevant to the next section, which is building with you, like engaging you and really collaborating more with the community. We're a pretty small team of people, right? Like we can't do it alone. We absolutely need everybody to work with us, and we need to help be better at that and giving people a place to contribute. So that is something that you'll see on the next slide we're going to do. And then, of course, still looking after the language and helping with the maintenance and helping with the bug fixes and security fixes and making things better for everybody. That's obviously something we will continue to do. We're never going to stop doing that. At least as far as I'm concerned, we're not going to stop doing that. So definitely count that in the plans. I have not announced this yet, so this is kind of a sneak peek for you all. The blog post on this should be going out later this week. So keep an eye out for those. But what we are wanting to do is really create some spaces for people to get involved and to help us all move the needle forward together. So we're creating these special interest groups. The first one we've done already, and that was from the grant from Alpha Omega, is our ecosystem security team. So this group focuses on the security of PHP ecosystem all the way across. And it's really, I'm really excited about it because it's great to have one group focused on that and just being a resource for the community. You have a lot of maintainers who are either the only maintainer or maybe one or two people, and it can feel kind of like lonely on an island and not having a resource if things happen. So if you are a maintainer and you want to tighten the security of your project, reach out to Volker. Volker, there's a blog post out on our website where you can read all about the security team, all about what they're using, how they're doing the tooling, all of that stuff. Reach out to Volker. He's fantastic. He will be more than happy to help you. So that is definitely a way that you can get involved. The next one is our PHP Ambassador Program. So this is focused on that perception of PHP. right? This group I envision will help with things like creating resources for people who want to give talks at open source conferences or other places and talk about the things they're working on in PHP, but maybe are lacking some messaging around, the viability of PHP. So this group will be, again, a resource for the community that will have those talking points ready for you, for anyone who wants to use them. They're going to help coordinate CFPs outside of the bubble. They'll, be sharing that information. Because what I would love to see is some of these open source conferences just be flooded with PHP talks, right? They can't ignore us forever. I have a friend, we go to the same open source conference every year, and every year he submits like 2 or 3 PHP talks, right? And they always deny him. And I submitted one this year. Yeah, they rejected it. But I don't care. Like we're gonna keep sending these out because we have so many things to say. We have so many stories to tell, right? So if we're coming at it as a community, I think we have a much better chance of success. So that's what that program is going to be doing, is really focusing on that. Maybe there will be a marketing campaign that this group is going to put together as well. So if that's something that you care about and you want to get involved with, there will be a form you can fill out, because we're going to roll these out incrementally, not all at once. That would be too much. But the ambassador one will be coming out in June, so look for that sooner than later. The next one is our onboarding initiative. So this group is going to focus on making that experience for new users so much better, whether that's creating that path that's clear, that is solid and tested and updated, educational resources, pulling those together, making a good set of vetted resources that, again, are updated, that are friendly for new users. Mentorship, I think, could be a part of that group as well. That's just an idea that we have, so we'll see how that goes. But really, trying to make that whole experience for a new user a lot less painful. And maybe that also involves the PHP website. So I know that's a topic of conversation that we have often about the PHP website and the implications that come with the way that a website looks. So that group I envision would be working closely with a website team, whether that ends up being Ben Ramsey has an RFC out there for working groups, so maybe it's part of that. We don't know. We don't know how that's gonna fold, but I think this group would be focused just on that new user experience in general. So hopefully they can collaborate with whoever it is that ends up kind of tweaking the php.net website. We have a cryptography special interest group too that we are looking at, and this is really an idea from Sebastian and Sarah on our board. They want to talk about that post-quantum cryptography and just really getting PHP ready for that phase. It may turn into other things. We're not super sure how that will evolve, but we're going to give it a try and see what organically comes from that. I don't know much about this, so I can't really answer many questions about it, but definitely Sebastian and Sarah can. So I would be more than happy to hook you up with them. Then the next one is our Community Events Coalition, and this is for user group organizers, for conference organizers, really coming together to share resources, to pool a place for sponsors if they want to, just give money directly to the events, but they want it to be spread out across, something like that. Really just trying to have all these people who are very smart and know what they're doing come together and share resources. If someone's new, wants to create a user group, maybe this group would also be a resource for them. So, here's how you do it. Here's how you do it well. I think this group would they have a lot to say. And I know that these places, like there's on Discord, the PHPC Discord is a user group channel, and I know that some user group organizers are in there, but I think even having like monthly meetings and really deliberately making this group active and engaged and figuring some of these things out together, I think is a good thing. And then lastly is our accessibility inclusion group. We're going to launch this probably in around October. I want to make sure that we know what we're doing when we're launching these groups, and that we're doing them well before we bring this group on board. This is personally very important to me. This speaks to my heart very, very dearly. This group would be focused on making PHP more accessible to various abilities, geographies, language, so translations, Really just anything that would kind of touch on those ideas of making the language and the ecosystem more accessible, more inclusive. And again, I think this group could be a great resource for maintainers. I think they would be doing maybe some accessibility audits. They would help perhaps with codes of conduct and implementing those. Codes of conduct responses, I think, is a big thing because, maintainers may not have those skills to handle when something's going wrong. So just to have that group there as a resource, I think would be very, very helpful. And we also have a blog post in the works that talks about PHP and accessibility, and it's super interesting. I can't wait to post it. Some things that you will learn that I would bet you do not know about the PHP language when it comes to accessibility, so look for that on our blog as well. There will be a form when we post the blog later this week. There'll be a form you can fill out if you're interested in any of these things. We would absolutely love it. We would love for you to come and be involved and be excited and bring your energy, bring your voice, bring your skills, and really just connect with the foundation. There will be a form to fill out, and as soon as that launches, we can let you know. So thus far, these groups and this strategy and these ideas have been based around the findings that I did when I first joined. But that's a very limited set of data, right? 60 people is not completely representative of the entire community. So I think we really need more data. And I think that it is going to be so important for all of us, not just the foundation, but for everyone in the community to understand how PHP is being used, what tooling is being used, what people want, where they're coming from, what other tools they're using, what other languages they're speaking or writing in. So there's so much power that comes with having data. So I'm super excited to announce that we are in partnership with PHP Storm and JetBrains folks. We released it today. Like literally, I think we posted it while I was talking. So if you go to our blog, it should show up, I hope. If I've done everything right, it will. If not, then you'll have to wait a minute till I'm done talking to go fix it. But here's the QR code that should take you right to the survey. So we really, really, really encourage you to go fill this out. It won't take very long, but your voice is so very, very important. And just the way that we all move forward. Like we want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear what's on your mind. So please go take that survey or wait till this is over and go take the survey. That would be better. But hey, if it's that urgent, you can go now. That's fine. Yeah. So we would really, really appreciate that. Here's a quick, I don't have a clue how we're doing on time, but here's a quick just overview of when we're launching things so that you can kind of see there's a lot going on, there's a lot to do, and we really want your participation, we want your engagement and involvement in the things that we're working on. It's super important to us because we have to kind of do this all together, right? Again, we're just a small team of people just doing the best we can. So we're much more effective if we all pull together and coordinate with each other. So I just will end with this. Here again are some ways you can get involved. Adding your name to the interest list of one of these special interest groups. Financial contributions are, of course, always welcome, and your money will be well spent. I guarantee it. You can come say hi. We have a Discord channel in the PHPC Discord. There's a foundation channel. Come say hi. Please engage with us. If you see us on at conferences, if you're not, subscribe to our newsletter if you want to do that. That's a thing we have now. So again, we had it. Now we have it again. And then, of course, please go take that survey. It's very exciting and it's super important to everyone. And those results will inform so much about how we all, kind of move forward. And the results will be open to anybody. So, anybody will be able to see what was learned there and make their own kind of assumptions and interpretations. So yes, please come. I'm super excited. I'm very, very hopeful about the future of PHP. People have asked me, are you worried? Am I worried about PHP? I am not worried at all about PHP for two reasons. One is the community, because people are so excited and engaged. And I mean, look at this. Look at how many people showed up today, right? Like that is wild. That's so fantastic. If we had an apathetic community, that would be a much harder problem to solve. And I have said that before. When I, opened my calendar, it was full. Like that is fantastic. I'm so excited. And the second reason is that the language is great, right? It's stable. It's wonderful. It does exactly what you want it to do. the language is not the problem. It's the perception, right? So that's an absolutely solvable problem, is just telling stories and changing perception. If I would have come back to PHP and someone said, yeah, we haven't had a release since, PHP 7, that might be a bigger problem to solve. So I'm really glad that is not the case, that the case is just a perception. And that is something absolutely we can work on. So I'm super excited about the future. I'm very, very hopeful. I really want to just encourage everybody to get involved, because all of our livelihoods depend on it, right? Like we all work together. We can all, what is that? A rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. I don't know. But yes, so please come get involved. And that's pretty much all I had today to say.
Such a big energy from Elizabeth today. Oh my God, that was so good and refreshing. I really appreciate having someone with so many energy on top of the PHP Foundation.
It gets a little annoying, I know.
No, it does not. It does not. It does not. I absolutely love it. Okay. So, by the way, chat, don't forget, go to the PHP Foundation blog and take the survey just announced by Elizabeth.
Please.
Yeah, do that.
He works very hard on that.
Yes.
So do that. I want to also say congratulations for the security initiative.
Yeah,
It's
thanks.
super good to see that something like PHP Foundation is being so reactive and proactive.
Yeah.
Setting up the security topic instantly to all the community. So I do have a question here from the chat, but also this is a question that comes to me literally every day, which is about the PHP website. So you mentioned a little bit of PHP website today. So my question is not when it will be done.
Yeah.
My question is, for the front-end developer, for the designer that loves PHP, what is the fastest way they can say something like, I'm here to help for free?
That's an excellent question. I would say right now, anyway, go to the website mailing list and start just integrating yourself. Maybe I think there's some open issues that can be worked on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's one of those weird in between places. The PHP.NET socials is, I put it also in this bucket where the foundation doesn't own it. We don't drive it. We can't dictate anything, but I want to make those things work and, involve the community to make it better, I think is really the way to go. I know that the website is a thing because it affects the perception of PHP. It affects the new user experience. It's so very, very important. And, thus far we've just kind of been vibing it. We've been small iterations here and there. But I think that, there are a few RFCs, I think, out there as well that might change the flow of how decisions are made, who is making those decisions. Again, I think I mentioned Ben Ramsey's RFC out there, which calls for different working groups to kind of address some of these things, like the infrastructure and that. So I would say get involved with the website mailing list and the GitHub, where all that work is being done. I will say that the infrastructure itself is we're supporting that. So that part is solid. It's just tweaking this website that we all need to come to a decision about how we're going to do that.
Yeah, my question origin basically because I have a lot of friends who are designers. They know front end, and they were like, I would do it for free. Honestly, just give me how to do it, how to approach the PHP Foundation or the PHP internals team, and I will just do it. Now, before moving here to my colleague Brent, I have one more question. As PHP Foundation director, do you have permissions to merge anything on the core? Because if you do, maybe you can just merge genetics right now.
Yeah, there's this small PR.
Can you just merge genetics already?
I don't have those permissions. Sorry to say. Yeah, no. You're going to have to beg, borrow, steal from someone else because I don't have that. I totally would, though.
Well, I have another question from a real question from Discord chat. It's actually interesting. I'm curious what your answer is going to be. So if the foundation suddenly received 100 million without any strings attached, apparently Alexander might be able to do that. I don't know.
Amazing.
What would the first thing be that you change?
Wow, that's a really good question. There's so much, right? There's so much to do. I will tell you what keeps me up at night, which is the backlog of issues and PRs that are open in the PHP source, right? I think that those I would pay an army of people to wipe that out.
More people.
More people. The technical debt, just working against that. I think that is the thing that will make things so much easier moving forward. Like the merge process, I think one of the reasons it takes a while for things to get merged is that process is not easy. It's a complicated process with a lot of steps and touches a lot of things, right? And the trust is a big thing, so there's not a ton of people that can do it. So there's a little bit of a bottleneck there, but if we could manage to make that process easier, I think that would help with the backlog as well. So I'm really just kind of tweaking our processes, cleaning stuff up. But, all of that takes time and money and energy to do. And there's so many other fun things to work on, right? Like that's the part that, I was saying this last night at dinner. I personally struggle with balancing the need for paying folks to work on maybe not the most exciting things, but like the maintenance of it. That's super important. And also takes a pretty, deep level of knowledge to do, but also, then building those new things and keeping us, up to date with what is going on in the rest of the world. So both of those things need attention and need support and need resources. So it's kind of a juggling act, of priorities, really.
100%. Yep, that was loud and clear. Well, thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate you being here with us today.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was great.
That was it. A big clap from the chat, please, to Elizabeth. Everyone, please.
Thanks.
Wow, that was a fantastic day. I don't know what you think, but I do think that I loved the day. I think it was fantastic.
We still have a couple of things to mention, Nuno. Don't run away. Don't run away.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about yet.
Some important stuff to mention, because this indeed was the last talk, but stay just a little bit longer. Nuno, are you still up for your plans?
Yes. So if you enjoy a little bit of a weird guy, that is this dude called Nuno Maduro. So if you think it's a good idea, you can go to my own YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Nuno Maduro, and I will be actually streaming the post after PHPverse. So I will be in the office of JetBrains, and I will just walk around with my camera, and it will be fun. So if you want to see more of that, please go to my YouTube channel.
Yeah, he doesn't get tired. I don't understand. But yeah, you're welcome. In about half an hour or something like that.
Yeah, I'm starting in 20 minutes, I think, once this is over, basically.
Something else I want to mention is that make sure to subscribe, because once we end the live stream here, it's going to get private. You won't be able to rewatch it, but we're going to upload the individual talks throughout the week. Give me some time, please, to cut them up.
And a very important reminder, if you have participated on any of the raffle giveaways of the Lego elephant, they will be giveaway during the next week, I would say.
Yeah. Please give us some time.
Exactly.
We'll contact you on whatever place you left a message, right? So remain in Discord if that's where you suspect you might win something. I was also giving some stuff away on newsletter and blog and social media. We'll contact you. It will be fine. A little bit of patience.
Now, very important, this event was possible, of course, thanks to all sponsors, but also thanks to JetBrains, but also thanks to everyone in the backstage. There is someone called Tanya, Gabby, Roman, but also everyone on the backstage were responsible for this today. So I want everyone giving a huge clap for everyone in the backstage.
Yes. I want to give a special shout out to Tanya, actually, because she's doing all of the work. Honestly, we're just sitting here, but yeah, she doesn't want to be in front of the camera.
I do think we should give a special shout out to Brand, though, because Brand is fantastic. I love to be co-host with him. Such a great co-host.
This was a great day.
Indeed.
Thank you for being here. Because let's not forget, we've seen so many great talks about a diverse and rich ecosystem, but the reason PHP is the way it is also thanks to you. So give yourself, I don't know, a pat on the back or something like that. This was great.
100%. The community is everything to the PHP. So if you are watching this at home, if you belong to the community, congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah. But if you're watching right now and you do feel that you maybe don't belong to this community, you absolutely do. Okay, there is multiple resources you can get attached to. There is multiple communities as well, sub-communities I would call them within the PHP ecosystem. But we love a lot each other, so thank you so much for being part of this.
There's one more thing to say. Next year, I hope to be back.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That would be good, right?
Yes.
That's still to be decided, but this was a very good day, and I've been looking at the numbers, so I think we're good. Also, slightly looking at Tanya, but yeah, she's not gonna make any commitments yet. But yeah, I hope I will see you again next year. Many of our speakers as well. Nuno.
Yes.
It will be great. Until then, you can subscribe, and there are a lot of other cool videos you can watch if you're not watching Nuno's live streams.
Subscribe to the channel, of course. Share on social media what you thought about the event. Your feedback is super important. So if you think the event was bad there or there, just let us know, and we are going to fix it for next year.
Yeah, we do. Your feedback will be very much appreciated. With all that being said, folks, it's time to say goodbye. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see each other in the next one.
Love you all. Peace.
Bye-bye.